Hello and welcome to Stride Vision TV. This is the John Wolmer Speed Fest at the National Stadium. And I'm here with the lovely Danielle Dowie. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Chris. Thanks.
Yes, so we're going to see some where we have seen senior running already. Megan Tapper winning her heat. And we were discussing it just before going live, and you were saying it's just like she was running by herself. She basically just stormed through the field. Had 13:39 was her rounded down time. Her flash time was 13:38. What do you think about her race?
I mean, she was running by herself. I think it's a good early morning shakeout run for her. But I'm excited to see the rest of the sprint events coming. Speed Fest is what they've dubbed this meet. So we'll be seeing all those sprint events, 400 meters and down, and some field events action as well. So hurdles and all sprint events, 400, 200, and all the hurdle events. Excited for that. And we'll be definitely seeing the MVP pro athletes out competing today. So we're expecting to definitely see some good performances later today. And we had a little bit of rain this morning as well. A little
bit. Just subsided this morning, or a couple minutes ago actually.
Yes.
But for all the fans who actually don't know some of the athletes from MVP, please remember that the world champion over 100 meters, Elaine Thompson, and also an Olympic champion, double Olympic champion, Shelly-ann Fraser, is a part of the MVP track and field club. So those are the persons you can expect to be running at this Speed Fest. We normally dub it, or many fans dub it, a track meet, but we're calling it a Speed Fest because that's what it's called, the John Wolmer Speed Fest here at the National Stadium. And we're hoping to have some great performances. The high jump, some fast performances, absolutely scintillating performances here today. We know some of the field events taking place at the moment. As we know, some of the athletes actually cleared the height of 1.85 meters.
Currently in the high jump.
And we'll as we see the Kingston College athlete stepping up and clearing 1 meters 90. So, easy does it for Bailey, Kingston College, clearing the height of 1.90 meters. And up steps Calabar, and he fills that height. So, we've started the sprint hurdles.
For women and girls, completed already, and we'll have the boys section coming up, class 3 boys.
And we know this is one of the events that's always exciting, always drawing crowds. We're just getting ready for the first section of the boys class 3 100 meters hurdles. As we see the athletes just preparing themselves. And they would like to set a tone here. As we know, the sprint hurdles, we've seen the improvement from the purple and white school of North Street Kingston College, but we normally see the dominance of Calabar with the sprint hurdles over the years, especially with their consecutive wins at Boys and Girls Athletics Championships. And will we see it again come March? That's about 5 weeks away, and that's not far. We know time does fly pretty quickly. So the impressions we know has to be made quickly. They say first impression always lasts. So we'll just see here in the first section of the Class 3 boys 100 meters hurdles. We see the likes of Calabar, we see Wolmer's, see the likes of Veer, we see schools that are preparing themselves. And off they go here in section one of the Class 2 boys 100 meters hurdles, and we see Jamaica College stepping through, but look at Clarendon College as well, and it will be Clarendon College that gets the win. A flash time of 13.7 sets. St. Elizabeth Technical actually, and the flash time is 13.70. And Pinto, it is confirmed as 13.70, and then second place Johnson of Jamaica College with a time of 13.89. So Alan Pinto of St. Elizabeth Technical gets the win as we get ready for the second section. This is the second of 4. And so we're getting ready for section 2. In lane 1, Monty Griffiths of Veer Technical. Lane 2, Josiah James of Excelsior. Lane 3, Rajon Brooks of St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 4, Nicoy White, St. George's College. Lane 5, Christian Barrett, Jamaica College. Lane 6, Jelani Usim, Wolmer's Boys. Lane 7, Mark Manley, Calabar. And Lane 8, Shavar Bennett of Machette. So this is section 2 of 4 of the boys Class 3 100 meters hurdles. As we know, Alan Pinto set the tone with the time of 13.70 in the first section of the boys Class 3 100 meters hurdles. And athletes just behind their blocks. Still the boys getting ready now there at their blocks. Just to give you the lineup again. Lane 1, Griffiths Veer Technical. Lane 2, James Excelsior. Lane 3, Brooks St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 4, White St. George's College. Lane 5, Barrett Jamaica College. Lane 6, Usim Wolmer's Boys. Lane 7, Manley Calabar. And Lane 8, Bernard Machette. Section 2 of 4, the boys Class 3 100 meters. Off. And there was a break in the start. And again, they're at their blocks. And off and running they go here in the boys Class 3 100 meters. Look at lane 6, Usim of Wolmer's Boys, but also in lane 2, that's James of Excelsior. So up steps White of St. George's College, but it will be Josiah James, it seems, at the flash time 14.59. And just to confirm the win, it was between White of St. George's College, James of Excelsior, and Usim of And it actually is James of Excelsior that gets the win with a time of 14.61. Then White of St. George's College, 14.82. And USIM third from Wolmer's Boys with a time of 14.90. So Josiah James at the win. And he'll be happy. He'll be excited. A couple weeks to go before the Boys and Girls Athletics Championship. So he has time somewhat to improve. Even though not that much, but has time overall. So Josiah James with the win. And now we move on to the penultimate heat of the boys class 3 100 meters. In lane 1, Nicardo Gray Clark of Wolmer's Boys. Lane 2, Tavon Meylor of Veer Technical. Lane 3, Joshua Edwards of Jamaica College. Lane 4, Nicoy Henry of Calabar. Lane 5, Tajmark White of Kingston College. Lane 6, Lashane Blake of St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 7, Robino Coleman of Bustamante. Lane 8, Richard Hall of Excelsior. So that is section 3 or 4, the penultimate heat of the boys class 3 100 meters. So, third section, the boys class 3 100 meters. As I said before, you see the improvement of Kingston College in terms of the sprint hurdles. As we take a look at the high jump, and unable to clear that one. As we're back to the boys class 3 100 meters hurdles, section 3 of 4. Gray, Clark, Meylor, Edwards, Henry, White, Blake, Coleman, and Hall. And off and running they go here in section 3 of 4, the boys class 3 100 meters. Look in lane 2, Edwards of Jamaica College. But look in lane 6, that's Blake of St. Elizabeth Technical. And right behind him is Jamaica College. But it will be St. Elizabeth Technical's Lashane Blake with a flash time of 14.43. And then second place, it seems to be Jamaica College's Joshua Edwards. But no doubt about the winner, Lashane Blake, sorry. And the flash time, 14.43. And St. Elizabeth Technical with the win. And 14.47. It's rounded up. And Hall of Excelsior gets second place. And so we get ready for the final section of the boys class 3 100 meters. In lane 2, we have Michael O'Hara from Calabar. Lane 3, Kipling Davis of Bustamante. Lane 4, Zachary Braham of Calabar. Lane 5, Joshua Grandison of Wolmer's Boys. Lane 6, Thierry Kisson of Kingston College. And lane 7, Satin Sinclair of Veer Technical. So this is the final section of this event, the boys class 3 100 meters hurdles. So the boys getting ready for the final section of the boys class 3 100 meters hurdles. Off and running they go. Look at lane number 2. That's Michael O'Hara of Calabar. Tried to follow in his brother's footsteps, Michael. But it is Michael O'Hara all by himself. Oh, he trips over the last 2 hurdles. And He won't be happy with that one. It's 14.76 the flash time for Mikael O'Hara, who's just all by himself there. Won't be satisfied clipping the last two hurdles.
He really smacked himself into the 9th hurdle and the 10th hurdle.
Right.
You can see the...
So it's actually 14.75.
disappointment on his face when he crossed the line.
Yes, and Braham 16.13 for second place. And that ends the Class 3 boys 100-meter hurdles, and moving on to Class 2. And that's 110 meters hurdles. So a little bit more distance.
10 meters to be exact. Class 2 boys coming up.
Yes.
We see
And
Deshaun Lamb in the first heat of Calabar.
Yes.
He's been improving this season.
As we see the high jump now. And it's Wolmer stepping up to 2 meters and clatters into the bar. So he has failed at that height. And Wolmer's not strangers to high jump. As we remember, Christoph, who used to do high jump for Wolmer's, actually went to the collegiate level. Christoph Bryan was very good at the high jump.
Still very good. I'm sure he's eyeing the World Championship.
I think he has a good chance. And normally we don't see a lot of persons in the high jump, as we see Kingston College also failing at that height. Normally we don't see Jamaicans actually excelling in that type of field events.
Well, the wind is changing and we're starting to branch out into the field events.
Right.
And,
you see another field event, the long jump. A white flag. And a high jump again. And this athlete has been very good, and he does clear 2 meters. And that actually is very impressive. The second attempt, 2 meters. And it does say something. Can we see an improvement from Calabar in the high jump? Normally we don't. We normally see them blazing it up on the track. We normally see the likes of Kingston College. We see Jamaica College and Wolmer's excelling in the field event. We don't normally see Calabar excelling that much, especially in the high jump.
They've had some good jumpers over the years, and they can, so not an unfamiliar event for them to excel in.
And Bailey of Kingston College, second attempt at 2 meters. He would want to clear this height.
I think that's Jamaica College on the runway.
It's Jamaica College, and so his attempt, red flag, as
he knocks over 2 meters.
Knocks over 2 meters. It's actually Malcolm of Monroe that actually failed at that height of 2 meters. So he has
one more
final attempt at 2 meters. So say advantage because they took less attempts to clear 2 meters. As we know, a lot of times to decide the winner, as we see Wolmer's trying to clear this height at 2 meters. And
so Walters of Wolmer, we have one more attempt at getting over 2.
And now to Kingston College for 2 meters, and just couldn't clear it. Just clipping the bar, going over. And Bailey of Kingston College, he has one more attempt after this. So that was his second attempt. He failed it. So He would have one more attempt to clear 2 meters. But the final attempt for Antonio Farrell of UA for 2 meters. As we know, Calabar with their second attempt clear 2 meters. Will Farrell clear 2 meters? He doesn't. His day is over. So Farrell is done. He couldn't clear 2 meters, 3 attempts. And so we know that his best clearance for the day is 1.95 meters. And so Malcolm of Monroe, he failed as well at 2 meters. And that was his last attempt. As we see the Calabar athlete who actually took 2 attempts to clear 2 meters, actually attempted 2 meters, 2 meters and 5 centimeters. Will he clear it? Oh. And maybe he would see, maybe Benton of Calabar would actually see what he can do to actually improve it, because he didn't clear 2 meters. Just did his height and his run-up and actually cleared 2 meters. So will we see a clearance from him in his second attempt at 2 meters and 5 centimeters as we get ready again for the first and penultimate heat of the boys class 2 110 meters hurdles. Again, lane assignments: in lane 1, Peter Carbin of Jamaica College; in lane 2, Deshaun Lamb of Calabar; lane 3, David Williams of Calabar; lane 4, Tyrese Banks of Fruit Technical; lane 5, Alec Cranston of St. Elizabeth Technical; lane 6, Tamari Lindo of Kingston College; and lane 7, Timothy Lee, also of Kingston College. So the rival schools at the Boys and Girls Athletics Championships both have 2 athletes in this event. And we know one athlete we can look out for. It's Deshaun Lamb. And he's been surprising so far this season, but a good surprise nonetheless. And we always, Daniel here, speak about the trail leg, how you attack the hurdles, what steps are the run-ups towards the hurdles, and how you finish.
Well, you attack with your lead leg,
right,
but you'd want to get that trail leg down and keep your momentum going into the next hurdle.
Yes, because that is very important. The trail leg is also what helps you in your run-up to attacking the other hurdles. And so if you clip the hurdles with your trail leg, the momentum slow down completely. And then you would have to split second think how you would attack the other hurdle if there are any hurdles in front of you.
You know, I doubt there's any thinking when the hurdle, you have three strides in between hurdles, so there's not a lot of time to think. So that's why you practice, so you have that muscle memory and you just stay aggressive and attack the hurdles. But hoping that there would be.
As we see Bennett of Calabar actually failed 2 meters and 5 centimeters, so he would have one more try at that height. I think he won the event because I think he's the only person that cleared 2 meters. We go here for section 1 of 2 of the boys class 3 100 meters hurdles. Look at the battle between That's Lindo of Kingston College and also Lamb of Calabar. But it will be Deshaun Lamb of Calabar, and I think his teammate got second place, so not sure, but we'll confirm. But the winner, no doubt, is Deshaun Lamb. Flash time 14.42, and it's rounded down to 14.41. And Williams, his teammate, actually get 14.50, and he is second place. So 1-2 for Calabar in the 110 meter hurdles, and then Lindo is third of a time 14.70. So not the time Lindo would want. He started off well, but drifted, and we saw the speed and the technical ability of Deshaun Lamb that we were so surprised with about midway in the athletic calendar. But it starts to become normal. It starts to become a normality for Deshaun Lamb as we see the final attempt for Bennett at 2 meters 5. Oh, just unable to get that one. So Andrew Benton of Calabar, Class 1, just to confirm, he's the winner. Benton of Calabar winning the Class 1 boys high jump. 2 meters was his best clearance. So very good from Andrew Benton of Calabar. He was actually pretty consistent. And
he had some good attempts at 205.
Very good attempts.
He needs to work on that run-up. He was shuffling a bit in the run-up, uncertain. Right.
Because his height, you would think, is not the problem, because he just clipped it, even with the run-up not being so confident. But his height just clipping the bar. And
he
you
definitely has the potential to clear. He cleared 2 meters flat with so much room over the bar. So he needs to adjust his run-up.
Right.
In time for champs, and I think we'll definitely, hopefully, get it by then.
So Andrew
Bennett
of Calabar. His best clearance is actually 2 meters, and as you said, cleared with so much room. As we see where he can improve, can he go actually 2 meters and 5 come Boys and Girls Athletics Championships?
He definitely has the height above the bar to do it.
Right.
Just need to work on that run up. It looks like he, doubted himself a couple times at this height, and we saw that he's shuffling and uncertain, running back, missing the jump and not taking it. So once he gets comfortable attempting that height, he might get the clearance at champs.
Yeah, I think because the confidence is very important. When he tried or attempted his first attempt, he actually stopped. As we see the final heat, the boys Class 2, 110 meters hurdles. Lane 2, Morris Froome Technical. Lane 3, Simmons Excelsior. Lane 4, Thomas Calabar. Lane 5, Campbell GC Foster Francis. Lane 6, Kingston College. Lane 7, Sigri Stets. And lane 8, Marks Wolmers. As we see Calabar's David Thomas stepping through. And he clipped the second to last hurdle, the 9th hurdle. And he actually still wins it with a time of 13.89 seconds.
Fastest time so far.
Fastest time so far, albeit 2 heats. And we're trying to see who got second place, but the flash time is 13.89. That was very impressive from the man, David
Not
Campbell.
the cleanest of race. He did clip a couple, but he was just bulldozing through those hurdles.
All right.
I think he was rubbing his knees after that race, hitting all those hurdles, but he got the win and the fastest time for the day in that section, Class 2 boys.
And it's been rounded out to 13.87, so even faster.
Good effort.
Very good effort from David Thomas of Calabar. And we speak about Deshaun Lamb. And up steps David Thomas. We forget about him. What an impressive run there by David Thomas. Even clipping the 9th hurdle, still managed to dip below 14 seconds and dipped well below 14 seconds. 13.87 the flash time.
So that should tell you that he definitely has room to go faster.
Do you think he can dip below 13.8 if he does have a perfect race?
Well, a perfect race. 7:13.8 right now. Probably still training, maybe lightened up yet for champs. You know, with the atmosphere that comes with boys and girls champs, you know, they will deliver. These athletes will deliver.
So class 1, boys 110 meters hurdles. As we get ready for the first of 2 sections. Dyer, St. Elizabeth Technical, Sanderson, Wolmer's Boys, Bowen, Kingston College, Williams, Kingston College, and Adamson, Calabar, Daly, Excelsior, Harrison, St. Elizabeth Technical. But look at lane 1 and lane 6. So it's Dyer of St. Elizabeth Technical. And he will get the win here. And the time 14.20. And he gets it from Leonardo Daly of Excelsior. So Dashanel Dyer, 14.22 the time for Dyer. And then Daly, 14.41.
Well, it's a sluggish on the start for Dyer, but he had the better technique, I would say. High knee, pushing through the hurdles, snapping down the lead leg and trail leg. Very much different from the Excelsior athlete. He was kind of leaving his hips behind him, so it was very easy for Dyer to pass him with that kind of speed and technique coming through the last 4 or so hurdles and to get the win.
So a lot of times we don't look towards the other schools. We always think about when we're thinking about races, we think about Jamaica College, we think about Wolmer's, we think about Kingston College, we think about Calabar. We don't give a lot of credit to the other schools, and we're seeing it coming through
when you
here.
say we, I mean, come on.
Well, a lot of people, well, most times when we think about the races, especially for the boys and girls athletic championships, because we see the Calabars and the Kingston colleges and the Jamaica colleges, they're constantly retaining or winning these titles.
Well,
we don't look at the other athletes.
Well, speak for yourself, Chris. You don't look at the other athletes, but I've been paying attention, and other athletes have been doing well over the years from different schools. And in recent years, we've had St. Elizabeth Technical, Excelsior.
St. Diego.
St. Diego is one of those stalwarts that's always been doing well.
Yes, it's true.
So we've had those newer schools like Petersfield and those schools coming up on the top 10 mark and making their name known at champs in the last few years or so. So we definitely have seen those schools stepping up. So I wouldn't say it's only the corporate area schools that we so know, JC, KC, Wolmer's and so forth. Other schools have been representing well.
Especially this athletic calendar.
And we do expect these schools like the Wolmer's and KC and Calabar to be ahead. They have more resources. They've been doing well longer, and they have a good, alumni support that helps out with their training program and the resources that they would need to continue doing well. So that's a part of it as well. So we expect them to, and the fans, they're the traditional high schools as well. So the fans gravitate to those schools. So that's a part of the sport. So we're looking at the boys class 110 meter hurdles on the track, section 2. In lane 2, Michael Buchanan, Stets. Lane 3, Joel Bryan, Wolmer's. Lane 4, Tarjmar Meylor, Jamaica College. Lane 5, Rajay Reed, Excelsior. Lane 6, Giovanni Hawes, Calabar. And lane 7, Ricardo Smith, also of Calabar.
Where they go. Look at Ricardo Smith of Calabar, but look in lane 2 Buchanan of St. Elizabeth Technical. So it will be Buchanan of St. Elizabeth Technical that gets it. And the second place is Ricardo Smith of Calabar. So 14.32 the flash time for Michael Buchanan of St. Elizabeth Technical. As we know, Ricardo Smith of Calabar got second place. 14.31 the rounded down time. And Smith 14.50. And then Meylor 14.85 for Tajmar Meylor of Jamaica College. And that is the end of the boys class 1 110 meters hurdles.
So to see the men's 110 meter hurdles on track, 8 listed. Lane assignments in lane 1, representing UTEC Jamaica, Andre Leverage. Lane 2, representing Excelsior, Donovan Thames. In lane 3, representing UTEC Jamaica, 13.58 seconds is personal best. The 2018 Intercollegiate Champion at this event. Make welcome Rohan Cole. Lane 4 from Excelsior, Brandon Bembridge. Lane 5 from UTEC, Lloyd Facey. Lane 6 also from UTEC, Marcus Brown. Lane 7 from GC Foster College, Calvin Williams. And in lane 8 from UTEC, Norman Petersgill. That's the lineup for the men's 110 meter hurdles event. Leading away, first time of asking. Cole gets up well, also going well. Thames of Excelsior. And on the outside going fast, Marcus Brown of UTEC. Also faster is Williams. As they come storming to the line, Petersgill and Brown to the line. Petersgill gets it ahead of Brown. Cole is there for third. 13.95 the flash time. Norman Petersgill of UTEC. We have crossed the line in front. Negative 0.9 meters per second. The wind speed 13.95 it is for the man Petersgill of UTEC. Brown second, his teammate 13.96. And third, Cole, 14.23 to make it a 1-2-3 for UTEC.
Hurling medal winners for the 100-meter hurdles class 2 girls. Bronze, Kalisa Brown of Wolmer, 14.27. Silver, Gabrielle Matthews of the Queen's School, 14.18. And the gold to Marisa Simpson, Clarendon College, 14.00. 100-meter hurdles class 1 girls. The bronze, Jamara Watson of Alpha, 14.72. Silver, Megan Hulan, Clarendon College, 14.49. And the gold, to Basil Freeman of the Queen's School, 14.39. 100-meter hurdles open for girls. The bronze, Raphael Gay, GC Foster, 15.61. Silver, Akela Buchanan, UWI, 14.65. And the gold, to Megan Tapper of MVP, 13.39. Please report to the presentation area. All medal winners. Medal presentation to be done.
So we have the next event up on track, the class 4 girls 100-meter dash. We have 6 sections, and section 1 is on the track. In lane 1, we have Makeda Legister, the Queen's School. Lane 2, Bianca Walker, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Justin Small, St. Hughes. Lane 4, Britavia Finn, Wolmer's. Lane 5, Shade Swaby, Bustamante. Lane 6, Amelia Shaw, Lacovia. Lane 7, Akelia Stevenson, Alpha. And lane 8, Danica Williams, Westwood High. So that's section 1 of 6, the class 4 girls 100-meter dash here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest track meet at the National Stadium. We're starting with the class 4 girls, and we'll move up in class. then to the boys, and then to the senior runners competing in the 100 meters. The athletes on their marks. And the clean start.
First section off here. A good start in lane 4. That's Finn of Wolmer's. Lane 1 has Legister of Queens. It's Finn and Legister, the top two. Legister and Finn coming fast to the line. Finn will get it ahead of Legister, it seems. 12.95 the flash time.
Seems like Batavia Finn of Wolmer's gets that one.
meters per second the wind speed.
And the flash time
12.94 the time for Finn of Wolmer's.
Meters.
Ahead of Legister of the Queen's School.
Sorry.
13.01 short, 13.63 in third.
And second goes to Legister, Makeda Legister of the Queen's School.
So heat number 2 of 6 on track in lane 1, Kwanya Walker, St.
So lane 2,
Rihanna
section 2 on the track. In lane 1, Kwanya Walker, St. Jago. Lane 2, Rihanna Fox, unattached. Lane 3, Dana Whittingham, the Queen's School. Lane 4, Kendra McKenzie, Wolmer's. Lane 5, Shelby Palmer, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 6, Shakilia Locke, Grange Hill. Lane 7, Amoy Kentish, Alpha. And lane 8, Saffron Lions, Westwood. So that's section 2 of the class 4 girls, 100 meters. The athletes running in a slight headwind this morning.
So away they go, 12.94 seconds, the time to beat, getting up fast. McKenzie of Wolmer's on the outside from Alpha, that's Kentish. So it's Kentish.
Kentish of Alpha.
Walk off, St. Jago on the inside there too.
Takes this one.
More Kentish of Alpha.
In 12.56, the flash time for Amoy Kentish of Alpha.
McKenzie 13.21 and Walker 13.45.
Kendra McKenzie of Wolmer's second, and Queen Walker of St. Jago gets third. So on to section 3. In lane 1, Kira Savage, Wolmer's. Lane 2, Sasha K. Gentles, the Queen's School. Lane 3, Jacelia Davidson, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 4, Waynice Dixon, Meadowbrook. Lane 5, Aquasia Johnson, Mushet. Lane 6, Helnicia Henry, Alpha. Lane 7, Latoya Graham, Grange Hill. Lane 8, Jadea Mitchell, St. Jago. So that's section 3 of 6 for the class 4 girls, 100 meters.
So a clean start they brought back here for section 3.
We have a false start. The athletes have been called back. So let's wait and see what the officials the side. See what card is drawn. Looks like they'll be removing. That seems to be lane 5. Acacia Johnson of Mushet. Hi. She's out. And they're back on their marks. And a clean start.
Scratch for Johnson of Mushet, but storming away here. This is Davidson of Mount St. Joseph. So Davidson of Mount St. Joseph will get the win ahead of Medalist Dixon. 12.91. Flash time, negative 0.7 meters per second, the wind speed. So 12.90 for Davidson, Dixon 13.11, and Mitchell 13.15.
So for the Class 2 girls shot put, the winner, Georgia Burton of Steds, 13.21 meters. Holly White, Wolmer second, 12.66 meters. Third, Janelle Gordon, Alpha, 11.23 meters. Fourth, Alta Marie Holness, Steds, 10.74. In fifth, Amelia Harrison, Alpha, 10.66. In sixth position, Ruth Townsend, St. Catherine, 10.35. In seventh, Natalie Albert, St. Catherine, 10.06. And in eighth, Alia Lindsay, Alpha, 9.02. That's the Class 2 girls shot put.
So let's move on to section 4. In lane 1, Ivonisha Henry, Papine High. Lane 2, Rihanna Dunn, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Alia Green, Westwood. Lane 4, Jalicia Robinson, Meadowbrook. Lane 5, Rogel Edwards, York Castle. Lane 6, DeAndre Meylor, unattached. Lane 7, Chanel Miles, Immaculate. Lane 8, Tanoya Nelson, St. Jago.
So clean start here for section 4. And going well, this is Meylor. On the outside though, Nelson of St. Jago. Nelson of St. Jago gets the win ahead of Meylor. And Graham of Grange Hill is third, 13.15. The flash time, negative 1.3 meters per second is the wind speed. 13.14 for Nelson of St. Jago. Meylor 13.36. And Miles 13.38.
Class 1 boys high jump. The bronze to Mitchell Bailey of Kingston College, 1.95 meters. Silver, Antonio Farrell of UWI Mona, also 1.95 meters. And the gold to Andrew Betton of Calabar, 2.00 meters. The sponsor, Hawkeye. Please report to the award area immediately.
Thank you, Bobby Gray. So lead number 5 of 6 for the Class 4 girls, 100 meters. Lane 2 has Akelia Whittaker, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Italia.
So on to section 5. In lane 2, Akelia Whittaker, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Italia Nelson, the Queen's School. Lane 4, Akelia Berger, Meadowbrook. Lane 5, Akelia Gordon, Wolmer's. And lane 6, Retrina Williams, Alpha. Lane 7, Dejanay Walker, Westwood. So that's section 5 of 6.
Away they go, first down and basket for section 5. And this is Berger of Meadowbrook going away from the Wolmerian Gordon. It's Berger from Gordon, that's your top 2. Berger wins it, Gordon second, and the inside is Mount St. Joseph's Whittaker in third. Negative 1.8 meters per second, the wind speed, 13.14.
Akeelia Berger of Meadowbrook takes that one.
Gordon,
13.14 seconds.
Consistent running by Akeelia Berger.
So the fastest time still out.
Maintained her speed. And she saw some challenge from actually Akeelia Gordon of Wolmer's, but
her namesake.
2 Akeelias battling it out, but Akeelia Berger of Meadowbrook gets the win. 13.14. And now we're on to the last section of the girls' class 4 100 meters. In lane 2, Lauren Hines unattached. Lane 3, Abigail Powell of Alpha. Lane 4, Sabrina McDonald of Papine. Lane 5, Moya Edwards of St. Jago. Lane 6, Michaela Williams of Excelsior. And lane 7, Tamoy Tomlinson of St. Hughes. So this is the last section of the girls' class 4 100 meters. 6 athletes in this one. No athlete in lane 1 and no athlete in lane 8. As they are off and running for the final section of the girls' class 4 100 meter. Look at Michaela Williams of Excelsior. She's being chased by Moya Edwards of St. Jago. So it's Edwards and Williams. And who dips at the line? And I think that Moya Edwards of St. Jago got that one. Flash time 12.92 seconds. And it has been rounded up to 12.93. And then Moya Edwards of St. Jago gets 13 seconds flat for second place. And so that ends the final section of the girls' class 4 100 meters. So we know the fastest time is 12.58. Section 1, class 3 girls, 100 meters. And look at Excelsior pouring through, but look at lane 1 as well. The flash time, 12.98.
Negative 3.4 meters per second, the wind speed here. So the athletes running into a heavy headwind, 12.96.
And it's 12.97 for Williams of Excelsior. Bennett 13.27 for second place. And Reed 13.53 gets a third. So Williams of Excelsior gets the win. 12.97.
And high jump class 2 balls. Please report to the medal presentation area. High jump class 1 balls. Long jump class 2 balls.
So at the end of the class 2 boys long jump, the winner, Jordan Turner of Calabar, posting 7.06 meters and a negative 0.5 meters per second win. That's some awesome stuff there. Let's hear it for Jordan Turner of Calabar. I'll let you know that the champ's record is 7.09 meters.
So away they go then for section 2. And motoring away is Essence Burbridge of Immaculate. Burbridge running away from Phipps of Wolmer's. And on the outside, Bennett of Excelsior. So Burbridge gets it in 12.52. Negative 1.2 meters per second, the wind speed. .12.53 the time for Burbridge. Bennett 13.31 in second, and Phipps 13.33 in third.
So heat number 3 of 6 is on track for the class 3 girls 100 meters. Lane 1 as Ashley McKenzie of Chrome. Lane 2, Joanna Whitehorn, St. Jago. Lane 3, Bianca Miles, St. Hughes. Lane 4, Demoya Compass, Wolmer's. Lane 5, Tuana Cunningham, Wolmer's. Lane 6, Kayla Brown, Immaculate. Lane 7, Britannia Stewart, Lacovia. And in lane 8, Ariana Green, Mona.
So Bianca Miles of St. Hughes is qualified for pole starting. So here we go then for section 3. A good start for Compass of Wolmer's in lane 4, moving away from her teammate Cunningham. It's Compass from Cunningham. Compass wins it. Cunningham may be there for second, just ahead of Whitehorn of St. Jago. 12.50 the flash time. So 12.51 for Compass. That's the fastest time so far. 13.10 for Cunningham.
So just a quick correction, that's why I have to love the young men right below the box. Thank you so much. 7.70 is the record at chance for the class 2 boys at long jump. And that's one of the longest records, set in 1998 by one Paul Thompson of Monroe.
Here they go then for section 4. Girls class 3, 100 meters on the outside fly. That's Green, or Guthrie rather, of Grange Hill. So Guthrie of Grange Hill will get the win ahead of Shaw of the Queens. And Excelsior's Lucky. 12.93 is the flash time. So 12.93 seconds of flash time, negative 3.0 meters per second, the wind speed. 12.94, the time rounded up for Guthrie of Grange Hill. Shaw of Queens, 13.20 seconds. And Leslie, 13.22 of St. Jago is third. So 2 more sections to come in the girls class 3, 100 meters. Reminding you that you can get live results at johnwoolmer2019.jainvite.com. So ensure that you visit that website to get live results. It's updated quite frequently, so you can follow the events in the field as well as on the track. So section 2, section 5 coming up. Always interesting at track meets here in Jamaica. Nowhere else in the world. I tell you, you don't need to go to a theater to get any drama or comedy. Just come to the National Stadium on the track. So there they go for section 5, the penultimate section. On the outside, a good stop, Michaela Gardner of Wolmer. Storming away from the field, it's Gardner, she will not be caught. The battle will be on for second though. Gardner wins it, who will get second? Maybe lane 3. That's Newby of North Castle. 11.41. 11.41, is that right? 12.25, so may have stopped before. Negative 2.2 meters per second, the wind speed. So 12.25 for Gardner. Wolmer, 5.3 for your classes newbie.
For the final heat for the checking mic 1 2. The final heat for class 3 girls 100 meters. Lane 2, Jaden Smith Alpha. Lane 3, Aisha Hines Mushet. Lane 4, David Douglas St. Catherine. And lane 5, Grant of St. Hughes.
So away they go then for the final section. It's Grant of St. Hughes who's pulling away from the field. On the inside from Alpha, that's Smith. So Grant of St. Hughes will get the win. Smith will be second. Maybe Hines for third of Mushet. Negative 1.0 meters per second, the wind speed. The time 13.45 for Grant of St. Hughes. Smith 13.83 of Alpha. And Hines 13.90 in third. So 12.25 seconds, the fastest time recorded. That done by Michaela Gardner of Wolmer's. 12.51, Lamoya Compass in second. And in third is Immaculate's Essence Burbridge, 12.53. So that's the top 3 times. Unofficial results, of course, at the end of the class 3 girls 100 meters. Event number 12 on track, the class 2 girls 100 meters. Section 104. Lane 2, Shanique Sua Bustamante. Lane 3, Yannick White, Veer Technical. Lane 4, Jaden Francis Falcon. Lane 5, Shanique Dawson, York Castle. Lane 6, Christina Allen Alpha. Lane 7, Shante Myri Wolmers. And lane 8, Dejane Bundy St. Hughes. So away they go then for the class 2 girls 100 meters section 1.
Class 2 girls 100 meters section 1. We see White of Veer Technical. And we see Wolmer stepping through. But it will be Wolmer's with the win. Flash time 12.45. Negative 0.7 meters per second. And at the time, Myri 12.44. And White of Veer Technical, 12.52. And then Francis gets a third, 12.79 of Falcon Athletics. So actually, And Francis, who so that was the first of 4 sections. And now we move on to section 2. And Daniel, you have the lane assignments?
Yes, in lane 2, Tashana Houston, Excelsior. Lane 3, Ashanti Ferran, Alpha. Lane 4, Aliyah Baker, Frome. Lane 5, Abigail Blake, Wolmers. Lane 6, Justina Sinclair, Mona High. Lane 7, Tyler Davis, Very Technical. And lane 8, Abigail Jarrett, St. Hughes. So that's section 2 of 4. Class 2 girls, 100 meters.
And just halfway through this event, as we said before, Ashanti Myrie of Wolmer's actually got the win, as we see the athletes getting ready. Myrie win off section 1. We'll see if they can better the time of 12.44. There we go, section 2 of 4, the girls class 2, 100 meters. Look in lane number 4 or 5. That's Abigail Baker of Wolmer's, and she's been challenged. Not sure who got the win there. It's between Houston and Blake.
Definitely Abigail Blake of Wolmer's, 12.74, the flash time.
I'm saying little but with Talawa. As smallest, actually the shortest athlete on the field or in that section. But
Pocket
she
Rocket-esque.
proved Pocket Rocket-esque type performance from Abigail Blake of Wolmer's. And the flash time is actually 12.74. And we'll look at the corrected time. It looks like negative 1.9 meters per second is the wind speed. We'll just confirm. And it seems to have given Davis actually of Very Technical 12.73, and then Blake actually got second place with a time of 12.74. So Davis actually getting the win as we get ready with Daniel with the lane assignments for
Section 3.
penultimate section.
So in lane 1 we have Silette Gray, Queen School. Lane 2, Destiny Smith, Wolmer's. Lane 3, Beyonce Butner, Excelsior. Lane 4, Tiana Lug, Alpha. Lane 5, Tana Edwards, Mona High. Lane 6, Crystal Walker, Alpha. Lane 7, Chanel Lifeside, Immaculate. And lane 8, Faith Lynch of St. Hughes.
Start to look at lane number 2. That is Destiny Smith of Wolmer's, and challenging her as well. That's Tiana Lug of Alpha, but it will be Destiny Smith of Wolmer's. Flash time 12.46 seconds. She takes the penultimate section, and it's 12.44 for Smith, and then Lug 12.64, and Lifesight 12.94 it seems. So no doubt the winner, Destiny Smith of Wolmer's, 12.44.
So we are on to the final section on the track, section 4 of 4. In lane 2, Shakira Bora, St. Catherine. Lane 3, Daniel Kent, Papine High. Lane 4, Torian Gunnez, unattached. Lane 5, Monique Gordon, unattached. Lane 6, Daniel Hartley, the Queen's School. Lane 7, Felicia Richardson, the Queen's School.
So this is the final section of the girls' Class 2, 100 meters. You see the high jump, the women's girls athlete attempting to clear the height of 1.70 meters. Will she do it? No, she doesn't. So it's a red flag for her. So she was unable to clear that height, flipping the bar. We see the athletes getting ready for section 4 of 4, the girls class 2, 100 meters. And here we go. The final section of the girls class 2, 100 meters. Looking section 2, that is Bora of St. Catherine. Also lane 3, that Kent up at Beam High, but it will be, no doubt, Shakira Bora of St. Catherine. The flash time, 11.45. That may change. It's 12.17 for Shakira Bora. That's an impressive run as well.
Yes, and we've really just been getting some stronger wind now. The headwind has gotten a bit heavier on the athletes.
Negative 3.3, so they're running into a headwind.
A heavy headwind at that.
Heavy. And they're clocking
and
these
it's reflecting in the times. They're
right.
having 12.1, 12.4s, 12.3s because of the wind. But that's a part of the sport. Sometimes the sprinters have to deal with the wind. Sometimes it helps them, and sometimes it prevents them from going a bit faster.
Right. So that is the end of the event. That's event 12, the girls class 2, 100 meters. And now we're getting ready for event 13. And that is the girls class 1. 100 meters, 3 sections in this event. And I'll now turn it over to Daniel with the lane assignments.
Thank you, Chris. So in section 1 of the class 1 girls 100 meter dash, we have Catherine Barnes, the Queen School in lane 1, Shanice Brooks, Lacovia High in lane 2, Davia Samuels of Wolmer's in lane 3, Leon Smith of Spot Valley High in lane 4, Daniel Griffiths of Alpha in lane 5, and Shawnell Riley, Immaculate in lane 6, Amanique Burnswell, Glenmuir in lane 7, and Natasha Hamilton of Granger Hill in lane 8.
So those are the athletes for the first section, the girls class 1, 100 meters. We see a school that we don't normally see, Spot Valley.
Lots of unfamiliar names. Unfamiliar to the viewers, maybe.
Right.
We've been seeing Spot Valley and Grange Hill and Lacovia competing throughout this season.
Them off and running. Actually, in lane 4, that's Smith of Spot Valley. She's stepping up. And she's saying, you may not know my school very well, but you know it now. So, Leon Smith of Spot Valley, she gets the win. Flash time, 12.42.
I think you have to rethink not knowing Spot Valley, Chris. Leon Smith being a flag bearer there for her school and taking the first section of the Class 1 girls 100 meters.
So Leon Smith.
.44 seconds for Smith.
Right.
Okay, so we have section 2 on the track. Here are the lane assignments. In lane 1, Brittany Palmer, Spot Valley. Lane 2, Sabrina Davis, Papine High. Lane 3, Ashley White, Alpha. Lane 4, Bridget Campbell, St. Jago. Lane 5, Shawnell Wallace, Immaculate. Lane 6, Cara Sampath, the Queen's School, and lane 7, Samantha Williams, Wolmer's Girls.
So 7 athletes in this section, the penultimate section of the girls class 1. 100 meters as the athletes get ready. And off they go here in the penultimate section, the girls class 1, 100 meters. Look out in lane number 2, that's Sabrina Davis of Papine High. And she's being challenged by Ashley White of Alpha. So at the moment, it is Sabrina Davis. She wins it. Flash time, 12.33. And it seems to be Ashley White from Alpha that gets second place. And up there with her, it's actually Bridget Campbell of St. Jago. So Sabrina Davis of Papine High confirmed the winner, 12.33 I should say, and then Campbell of St. Jago, 12.44. So, victory for Sabrina Davis. She was challenged the whole way through from meter 1 to meter 100, but she maintained her speed and she maintained her lead. And now we're going into section 2, and Daniel with the lane assignment.
So in lane 1, we have Alexander Cox, Cornwall. In lane 2, Deshaun Gray, Calabar. Lane 3, Michael Simpson, Bustamante, Grand Spot Valley. Lane 7, Nicoy Drummond, Donald Quarry. Lane 8, Darian James, Wolmer's Boys.
So, the lane assignments for section 2. And off and running they go here in section 2 of 7, the boys class 3, 100 meters. Look at lane number 2, Dawson Gray of Calabar. And so Dawson Gray was challenged actually by lane number 7, Nicoy Drummond of Donald Quarry, but it will be Deshaun Gray of Calabar, 11.67 flash time. And
was a challenge that he didn't notice. He was so far ahead.
He was what? 11.66 will be the final time for Deshaun Gray. Drummond in a second with a time of 11.78. And
so section 3 on the track.
Simpson actually just clarified that is third with 12.22. So back to Daniel Dowie with the lane assignments for section 3.
Thank you, Chris. In section 3 on the track, so in lane 1, Raheem Dawkins, Excelsior. Lane 2, Akeem Brown, Papine High. Lane 3, Christian Barrett, Jamaica College. Lane 4, Orlando Wint, Stets. Lane 5, Aaron Thomas, Kingston College. Lane 6, Mark Manley, Calabar. Lane 7, Amario Henry, Calabar. Lane 8, Joel Williams, Wolmer's Boys. So that's section 3 of 7. Class 3 boys, 100 meters.
Thank you so much, Daniel. So lovely with the lane assignments.
Oh, thank you, Chris.
So the boys, class 3, 100 meters, section 3 of 7. Set to go off here. And they are off and running. Section 3 of 7, the boys, class 3 boys, 100 meters. Look at lane number 4, that's Orlando Wint of St. Elizabeth Technical. And also challenging him is Calabar's Omario Henry. But it will be Orlando Wint of St. Elizabeth Technical. Flash time 11.34. So St. Elizabeth Technical with the win. And Orlando Wint is confirmed. The time of 11.68. So he gets the win.
So we'll move on to section 4. In lane 1, Leandre Roberts, Meadowbrook. Lane 2, Jeffrey Henry, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Ryan Amos, Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Marquise Ellis, Bustamante. Lane 5, Jordan Mowat, Kingston College. Lane 6, Patrick Vassell, York Castle. Lane 7, Malik Caridis, Very Technical. And lane 8, Dante Dakers, Wolmer's Boys. So that's section 4.
Thank you, Daniel. So that is the lane assignments for section 4. Off and running they go here in section 4 of 7, the boys class 3, 100 meters. Look in lane number 1, that's Leandre Roberts of Meadowbrook. And so a very surprising performance. So it's Leandre Roberts of Meadowbrook, flash time 12.57. And the second place, it seems to be Dante Dakers of Wolmer's boys. But congratulations to Leandre Roberts. That was a very good run. Went up very, very fast and led from start to finish. And it's 11.58. The winning time for Leandre Roberts of Meadowbrook. So, congratulations to the Meadowbrook athlete. That was unexpected, Daniel. But we are moving on to section 5.
I don't think the Meadowbrook fans would be
they'll be very,
too
very
pleased to hear you say that was unexpected. Of Roberts.
So, congratulations to Leandre Roberts. And now,
it's starting to rain here at the National Stadium as we get ready for section 5 of 7.
Has been overcast for some time since we arrived here this morning. And it rained this morning actually and actually stopped, but to start it again. And now section 5 of 7 and the lane assignments with Daniel Dowie.
Thank you, Chris. In lane 1, Zachary Cox, Cornwall College. Lane 2, Javari Thomas Calabar. Lane 3, Jaquan Brown Monroe. Lane 4, Malik Graham Wolmer's boys. Lane 5, Jaden Johnson Jamaica College. Lane 6, Joshua Jackson St. George's College. Lane 7, Orlando Brown Papine High. And lane 8, Jaden Campbell Kingston College. So that's section 5 of 7. Class 3 boys, 100 meters. As it's getting rainy. Starting to rain along with the headwind that we've been talking about. Athletes on their mark.
Strong headwind and the rain. And off and running their goal here in section 5 of 7, the boys class 3, 100 meters. And look at lane number 2, that's Javari Thomas of Calabar. So Thomas of Calabar wins it. Flash time 11.78. And that was very impressive by Javari Thomas of Calabar. So flash time, or the confirmed time, is 11.78 for Thomas. And then Johnson, second place with 12.01. And Graham, 12.09 for third place. So Thomas.
Yes, he was serving a lot of high knees there in the end. Nice sprinter form. Finishing strong and fast, Javari Thomas of Calabar.
Good form from him.
I'm sure the athletes aren't too happy with the rain and the wind, so
fighting against the elements.
We can't always control the elements,
no,
but
we can't. Mother Nature strikes when she wants.
Not the ideal condition that the sprinters would love for the 100 meters. Nobody wants to run into a headwind.
Right.
And on top of that, now we have some rain. So a wet
track. Right.
To our Speed Fest here at the National Stadium, the John Wolmer's Speed Fest. So let's move on to section 6 on the track. In lane 1, Javon Forrest, Bear Technical. Lane 2, Nicholas White, Donald Quarry. Lane 3, Romario Williams, Kingston College. Lane 4, Sidian Duncan, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 5, Shema Blake, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 6, Adante Morgan, Lacovia High. Lane 7, Conroy White, Wolmer's Boys. And lane 8, Nico Huntley, Bustamante.
So the lane assignments for the penultimate section as we're off and running. Look at lane number 6, that's Jackson of St. George's College. So it's very, very close. No, it's actually Adante Morgan of Lacovia High that gets the win. Flash time 12.26. And he was challenged by Conroy White of Wolmer's. And it's actually Conroy White that gets the win, 12.24. Morgan second with 12.32. And Duncan third, 12.84. So Conroy White of Wolmer's gets the win.
So it's raining a bit harder now at the National Stadium.
Right.
I think you see some of the volunteers and officials running for cover as Section 7 is lining up on the track. So here are the lane assignments for the final section. In lane 1, Javorn Dunkley, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 2, Tyrese Chambers, Papine High. Lane 3, Dominique Brown, Calabar. Lane 4, Joshua Janoy Jewel, Wolmer's Boys. Lane 5, Daniel Wright, Excelsior. Lane 6, Kaheem White, Kingston College. So 6 athletes in this final section of the Class 3 Boys 100 meters. They'll be braving the rain and wind, Chris. But, you know, you never know what can happen at a track meet or a championship. And, you know, boys and girls, it's coming up. So if it's raining, they still have to go out there. And
right. I think overall that's just what sport is about. You never know. But you have to toughen the weather. As we see they're off and running their goal. Look at the start from Dominic Brown of Calabar. That was a flying start. He's being challenged by St. Elizabeth Technical's Dunkley and also Kingston College's White. But it will be Dominic Brown of Calabar. The flash time 11.96. That was a very, very fast start from Dominic. 11.96, yes. And Blake.
So we have Section 2 of the Class 2 boys on the track. We are without the start list, but athletes. So Reed of Calabar wins Section 2 of the Class 2 boys 100 meters in 11.70 seconds.
Actually the flash time, so we'll see what is actually the first time. Negative 2.7 meters per second. 11.68 for Ronaldo Reed. And then Williams, 12.23. That gets second place. As we see a battle there between York Castle. And it's actually Arden that gets the win. So there was a very, very intense battle between Arden and York Castle. .39. It's the winning time for Smith of York Castle, York Castle. Graham second place, 12.41. Mikhail O'Hara gets third, time of 12.45. And actually the Meadowbrook athlete from section 4 got the fastest time, 11.58. So congratulations to Leandre Roberts getting the fastest time in this event. The athletes are getting themselves ready before coming to the blocks for class 2 100 meters. Just want to say welcome to all our viewers on Stride Vision TV. And this is the John Wolmer Speed Fest at the National Stadium. What has happened so far? We've seen an incredible high jump class 1 effort by Bennett of Calabar.
Andre Bennett.
His height was actually 12. It's actually 2 meters. And we saw the likes of Megan Tapper of MVP. She was basically running by herself. She destroyed the field. And we saw the 100-meter battle between Sharika Jackson and Stephanie-Ann McPherson. And we see some good performances from Spot Valley, from Meadowbrook. And the teams that we don't normally call that often when we talk about sprint events. But they do come up. And they do prove themselves from time to time. So that is what's been happening.
We see section 1 of 4 on the track. So this is event number 16, the boys class 2 100-meter dash. So here are the lane assignments for section 1. We have in lane 1, Jovan Martin Wolmers. In lane 2, Jaden Moore, Calabar. Lane 3, Ricardo Watson, Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Sharvie Simmons. Here on the 110 hurdles earlier of Excelsior. And lane 5, Dwayne Freckleton, Mushet. Lane 6, Dominic Williams, York Castle. Lane 7, Nikolai Palmer, Arden. And lane 8, Roshane McLeod, St. Elizabeth Technical. You see a lot of the sprint hurdlers coming back for the 100 meters.
Right.
Getting that back-to-back workout, test of speed.
Well, it's not that uncommon for the sprint hurdlers to
Not at
actually
all.
come back for the 100 meters. We know in recent years we saw the likes of Michael O'Hara, whose brother actually ran today.
And he
Mikhail
did that
O'Hara,
double.
And he did the double. Won the sprint hurdles but came third in the 100. So it's not uncommon for the sprint hurdlers to actually
Ooh, we
win
having
the 100 and the
heavy
rain
downpour.
intensified. Wow. Intensified rain here at the National Stadium for the John Wolmer Speed Fest.
Really heavy rain. So we'll see how the athletes perform with this kind of shower.
And we
of
see
rain.
the other athletes actually
Running for cover.
sprinting and going under the...
We'll wait to see if the meet will be, if they're going to run in this rain or no. And it looks like they have...
They have stopped it for a while.
Yeah, this is some heavy rain. It's not... The track is actually being... Hopefully it does not flood. So So we'll have to wait until the rain passes or eases up for the athletes and the officials to get back on track. Here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest, remind you that it's a sprint meet. We're only contesting the 400-meter sprint event and down, so 200, 100 meters, and the hurdle equivalent for those events. 400-meter hurdles to be run later, the 400 to come, 200 meters, and we've already had the sprint hurdle events, 70 meters up to 110 meters for the boys and girls. Of course, the girls have 100 meters. And after that outpouring of rain, it just suddenly stopped. So let's see how quickly the officials can get this meet back on track. Hi, so we're now on camera. I didn't notice. But yes, so we're here and we're waiting for the officials to get back on track. We've had some rain.
Right.
Track is wet, but it still looks like we can get some running done. So we'll see how fast they get the meet back on track. And we saw some of the professionals come out already. And so we have yet to see the Nesta Carter, Julian Ford, Shelly-ann Fraser, Pryce, Elaine Thompson coming out later. Right. So that's exciting.
And those athletes, Shelly-ann Fraser and Elaine Thompson, for those who didn't join us when we had the previous argument, they're running the 400 meters. They're in the quarter-mile event. So they're not running their usual race, which is the 200 or the 100. They're running the actual quarter-mile event, which is the 400. And so the athletes are actually back on the track at the moment.
Yes, they're trying to get themselves warmed up again.
Right.
Temperature dropped with that downpouring of rain and the wind, the heavy wind. So
along with
starting to get cool.
Right.
Sprinters like to stay warm. Nobody wants to run in cold weather. This is cold weather for us.
Right.
Here in Jamaica, feels a bit nippy. So we see section 1 of the class 2 boys 100 meters back on track after that downpouring of rain there. So we'll go back over the lane assignments. In lane 1, Javon Martin, Wolmer's boys. Lane 2, Jaden Moore, Calabar. Lane 3, Nicardo Watson, Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Sharvie Simmons, Excelsior. Lane 5, Dwayne Freckleton, Mushet. Lane 6, Dominic Williams, York Castle. Lane 7, Nikolai Palmer, Arden. And lane 8, Roshane McLeod, St. Elizabeth Technical. So that's section 1 of 4 for the class 2 boys. 100-meter dash, back on track. You know, I heard a rumor that when the track is wet, we should get some fast time. So let's see if that's true.
We don't know. We'll see what happens.
That's a saying I've heard over the years. The wind has eased up, and they're on their marks for the first section.
Getting themselves ready. Section 1 of 4, the boys class 2, 100 meters, and away they go. Look at lane number 4, the Sharvie Simmons of Excelsior, and being chased by Martin of Wolmer's boys. So it will be Javon Martin. Wolmer's boys, flash time 11.07. And also challenging for the top 3 spot is actually Jaden Moore of Calabar, but it will be Javon Martin. And the flash time, or the confirmed time, 11.09. Simmons of Excelsior second, 11.11. And then Williams, actually, of York Castle, 11.19. So the top 3 is Martin, Simmons, and Williams. Falcon Athletic, we actually know comes from the Cayman Islands. They've been yes, weekenders. Right. I believe every meet that we've had in the athletic calendar that's especially done here at the National Stadium, Falcon Athletic have been involved. So they're just getting some good runs in. Falcon Athletic is being renovated, right? So it's a bit tedious when you look at traveling, but I mean, to improve on your time you want to run on a track like this, and with theirs being renovated, they're able to take advantage and come here in Kuku. Well, it's cool now with the rains just subsiding, the wind still there. So get ready for section 2 of 9, the boys class 2 100 meters. And off and running they go here in section 2 of 9 of the boys class 2 100 meters. Look at lane number 1, that's lock off from technical and be challenged by lane number 3, Smith. So it is actually Smith, it seems. 11.23, that's Taraj Smith. 11.22 it's been rounded down to. So Taraj Smith, winner. 11.22 Segree of St. Elizabeth Technical. 11.24 and then Lock of Froome Technical gets third place. So those are the top 3. Very good start from Jawari Lock. But then up step Taraj Smith and Shani Segree. And so Taraj Smith with the victory for the Green and Black School from Red Hills Road.
Thank you, Chris. So let's move on to section 3 of 9. The lane assignments in lane 1, Ali Cranston, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 2, Corey Waite, Papine High. Lane 3, Dermaine Campbell, Lacovia. Lane 4, Elado Coltas, Calabar. Lane 5, Ronde Kelly, Bustamante. Lane 6, Ian Grant, Spot Valley. Lane 7, Riquan Graham, Wolmers. Lane 8, Chad Beckford of Mouchette.
So the lane assignments for section 3 of 9, the boys class 2 100 meters.
I think the rain is trying to make another appearance.
Maybe.
Getting some on and off showers here in Kingston at the National Stadium.
Very much so.
And the athletes are on their marks.
So the athletes getting ready. And off and running their goal here in section 3 of 9. Look at a very good start from Cranston of St. Elizabeth Technical, but up steps the Calabar athlete Coltas. And so Coltas at the line dips and wins it. And 11.29 the flash time. So Elado Coltas of Calabar seems to have gotten the victory. And it is him. And it's rounded down to 11.28. And then Graham of Wolmer's 11.32, and it's actually Cranston who gets second, 11.32, and that's the athlete from St. Elizabeth Technical. And then third is actually Graham from Wolmer's boys, 11.33.
So let's get ready for section 4 of 9. Here are the lane assignments. In lane 1, Donovan Wilson, Spot Valley. Lane 2, Chadwin Gray, Calabar. Lane 3, Lenroy Dunkley, Mona High. Lane 4, JC Reed, Mouchette. Lane 5, Philip Rose, St. George's College. Lane 6, Ronaldo Taylor, Papine High. Lane 7, Joel Wrangling, Lacovia. And lane 8, Kyle Sinclair of Wolmer's boys.
So, those were the lane assignments for section 4. Some exciting runs here so far. The boys class 2 100 meters, some pretty close calls. And the athletes just trying to cover up themselves as best they can. Away they go here for section 4 of 9, the boys class 2 100 meters. And there's a battle between Lacovia High's Wrangling, and that was a powerful step through. So Wrangling takes it. Joel Wrangling gets first. Flash time 11.12. So negative 0.5, so it's rounded up to 11.13, and Gray of Calabar gets second, time of 11.52, and then Wilson 11.55, and he's from Spot Valley, so he gets third. So what a powerful performance.
He separated himself from about 60 meters.
Right. So he just powered through.
Everybody.
He was just powered through, and then you see that read from Machette actually did not start. So we're not 100% sure as to why Machette athlete JC Reed didn't start that race, but what a powerful performance by Joel Wrangling of Lacovia. And more we see actually Lacovia coming through as well. Likes of Lacovia, Sydney Pagan, and those kind of schools actually coming through and very much stomping or actually putting their foot down in these athletic meets. So we've seen them come out quite a bit. As we go to section 5 of 9, the lane assignments with Daniel Taway.
Thank you, Chris. So next up, section 5. In lane 1, Daniel Edwards, Donald Quarry. Lane 2, Usain Grant, Papine High. Lane 3, Jordan Turner, Calabar. Lane 4, Andre Carter, Mona. Lane 5, Antoine Robinson, Lacovia. Lane 6, Jordan Morrison, Machette. Lane 7, David Williams, Calabar. And lane 8, Tajay Francis of Kingston College.
So, the lane assignments as we see
some Wolmerians warming up there for the high jump.
Normally we actually associate that kind of exercise to boxing, but here at the National Stadium, track and field athletes just getting themselves warm up as we see the athletes of section 5 of 9 getting in their blocks and getting on their marks and just trying to stay focused and trying to get as quick of a start as possible.
Yes, you want to get that bullet start there for the 100 meters.
And that was a bullet start from Calabar High's Jordan Turner. And he's out and flying, but he is being challenged by Tajay Francis of Kingston College. This is going to be very close. Tipped up the line. It's actually Jordan Turner of Calabar that gets it. 10.95 the flash time. Negative 1.2 meters per second. And I'm sure that the rounded down or rounded up time will be still under 11 seconds. So Jordan Turner with a bullet start, 10.95. The confirmed time. That was very, very good running from Jordan Turner. A bullet start from him. And also Francis dipped under Tatasha Francis, dipped under 11 seconds, 10.99. And then Williams, he's of Calabar as well. So 1-3 for Calabar, he gets third. But what a run by Jordan Turner. Bullet start from him.
And they're doing that in the cool, rainy temperature into a headwind, so that I'm sure he'll be pleased with that performance. The fastest time for the day as well.
So is it with these times, are you imagining that they can go so much faster than this, Daniel? Because
better conditions.
Better
definitely.
conditions.
They're running into a headwind.
And he's dipping on the 11 seconds, Jordan Turner. But I just have to talk about, again, the bullet start that he had. He was out faster than anybody else. As we can say, he started probably his first stride when everybody else was still in the block. And congratulations to Jordan Turner as we get ready for section 6 of 9 and the lane assignments again with Daniel Dowie.
Thank you, Chris. So in lane 1 for section 6, we have Rajel Wint of Bustamante. Lane 2, Deshaun Lamb, Calabar. Lane 3, Otroy Gordon, Pembroke Hall. Lane 4, Dominic Akinstall, Wolmers. Lane 5, Jackie Darby, St. George's College. Lane 6, Janoy McPherson, Wolmers Boys. Lane 7, Amario Johnson, St. Elizabeth Technical. And lane 8, Norjay Hilton of Calabar. So we see Deshaun Lamb back for the 100 meters after completing the 110 hurdles earlier.
Winning the 110 hurdles earlier. And also look in this race for Dominic Atkinson. Very consistent so far this season for Wolmer's Boys. And Deshaun Lamb back for the dash, not the hurdles, the dash now. He completed the win for the hurdles and are now probably looking for a victory. Off and running they go here, and a very good start by Deshaun Lamb, and he's in the lead at the moment. And Deshaun Lamb is now being challenged by St. Elizabeth Technical, but it will be Deshaun Lamb that gets the win. So he completes the 110 hurdles in his section, and now 10.91 seconds confirmed time for Deshaun Lamb.
A response
Fast
to his
time. Wow, what?
Turner theirs. He's 10.95.
He said, I can do better.
And he did better, 10.91.
Wow. That was a very good run. And in these type of conditions.
So we have a new time to beat, a new fastest time for the class 2 boys.
He was actually ousted by his teammate David Thomas of Calabar for the fastest time in the 110 hurdles. But without David Thomas here, he said, here I am, here I come. And the 10.91, the confirmed time for Deshaun Lamb.
We're going to see David Thomas in section A, so we'll see what he has to come with.
He has to come
you know.
And will we see an exciting battle between Lamb and Thomas in the Boys and Girls Athletics Championships? And if we do, it's going to be an exciting battle.
So let's go move on to section 7 of 9. So in lane 1, Warren Smith, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 2, Timothy Lee, Kingston College. Lane 3, Rashawn Richards, Calabar. Lane 4, Giovanni Samuel, Mona. Lane 5, Rolando Clark, Pembroke Hall. Lane 6, Akil Ferguson, Jamaica College. Lane 7, David Cameron, Donald Quarry. And lane 8, Joel Lindo of Rome Technical. So that's section 7 of 9. Of the boys class 2 100 meters dash on the track. The fastest time so far, 10.91 seconds by Deshaun Lamb of Calabar. Ahead of his teammate, Calabar Jordan Turner, who won the previous section 5. So they have the 2 fastest times so far.
Calabar stepping up. Will they have top 3 times after this race? And off and running they go here, section 7 of 9. And going fast is lane number 1. That's Warren of St. Elizabeth Technical. So it's St. Elizabeth Technical with the win. David Thomas all the way back in 3rd place. No, it's actually Warren Smith, of St. Elizabeth Technical, and Calabar's Rashawn Richards actually getting 3rd. So 1, 2, 3 from lanes 1, 2, and 3. A little bit of mix up there. So Timothy Lee of Kingston College gets 2nd place. And Rashawn Richards gets 3rd. So Lane 1 first place, lane 2 second place, and lane 3 third place. What a coincidence.
Yes. So we're going to get to see David Thomas respond to that 1091 by Deshaun Lamb. So he came after him in the hurdles and went faster. So let's see what he's coming after him again in the 100 meters. So let's see what he will do in section 8. So here are the lane assignments for that section. Lane 2, David Thomas, Calabar. Lane 3, Malise Ormsby, Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Corey Otti, Calabar. Lane 5, Jordan Jarrett, Mona. Lane 6, Nicholas Francis, Kingston College. And lane 7, Nicoloid Brown of Calabar.
So 3 Calabar athletes in this section.
The penultimate section.
Penultimate section. And watch out for David Thomas, who had the fastest time for the sprint hurdles.
For class 2.
For class 2. Outstead his teammate who won section 6 of 9 and actually had the fastest section.
And we're getting some downpouring of rain right now.
Again,
so
it's
hopefully
overcast,
that
guys. Hopefully it doesn't rain on his parade.
That we're looking for.
Right.
Thomas to respond to his teammates' fastest time put out there so far, 1091 by
Hope it
Deshaun
doesn't rain on
Lamb.
his parade, actually.
Well,
No
they're
pun
on their
intended.
block, so be
As
paying
the
close
athletes get ready.
attention.
And off and running they go here in the penultimate heat. The boys class 2 100 meters and a good start from David Thomas. And up steps his teammate Ati. But it will be David Thomas. And the flash time 11:05 won't be faster than Deshaun Lamb. But it is fast. 11:05 is the flash time. Positive 0.6 headwind. So they're aided by the wind now. And his confirmed time 11:04. So David Thomas is first 11:04, and then Ati second 11:09, and then Brown third 11.49. So not faster than Deshaun Wint, or Deshaun Lamb, I should say. He still has the fastest time of 10.91.
So we actually had a tailwind in that section. Positive 1.0 meters per second the wind there, so that's the first positive wind we've heard all morning. Athletes have been in the previous sections have been running into a headwind, so we are on to the final section of the class 2 boys 100 meters, and the fastest time so far is 10:91. That's the time to beat with Deshaun Lamb of Calabar. And here are the lane assignments for section 9. So in lane 1, Jeremy Smith, Bear Technical. Lane 2, Luke Brown, Calabar. Lane 3, David Lynch, Calabar. Lane 4, Quincy McKenzie, Mona. Lane 5, Jelani Gordon, Wolmer. Lane 6, Leon Chung, Mona. And lane 7, Jaheim Ferguson of Donald Quarry.
The final section of this event, and off and running they go here. Section 9 of 9, the boys class 2 100 meters, and a very good run from Wolmer's Jelani Gordon, and he will pass the 2 Calabar athletes. So Jelani Gordon, very good run. Flash time 10:92, and that's a very, very, very good reading. Positive 0.2 meters per second. 10:93 will be the second fastest time, just out of Deshaun Lamb's time. So 10:91. So 10:93 almost matched it. So Jelani Gordon, very good run by him. So
Good way to close the event. That was the
very good way.
last section, 9 of 9 for the class 2 boys. So we'll await the start list
For
with the
class
lane
1.
assignments for class 1 boys.
And what do you actually think of the class 2 races that just ran a while ago, Daniel?
Well, I think we had some rain. The athletes were running in the rain, and they had the heavier winds, so the times weren't as fast as we wanted. But the effort was there, the competition was there, and we got we saw the Calabar boys really pushing themselves, and Gordon there of Wolmer's really ended the show with another fast time, 10:93, for the conditions that we have here today. That was really good. And Deshaun Lamb winning the event after being bested by his teammate in the 110 hurdles. He came back and said, I want something.
Revenge is best served cold in this cold weather. So Deshaun Lamb, congratulations to him. He had the fastest time in that event, the Class 2 boys 100 meters. As the athletes on the track now for Class 1 boys 100 meters.
And we are awaiting the lane assignments for this section.
See York Castle, see St. Elizabeth Technical, we see Wolmer's boys, we see Monroe. Mona is actually there. So the athletes getting ready for the gun. And off and running they go here in the first section of the boys Class 1 100 meters. A very good start from lane 1. That's Kingston College. And up steps 1, 2, 3 Kingston College it is. So the flash time 10.66. Positive 1.9 meters for the second. Low of Kingston College gets it. McPherson, Kingston College second. Scott, guess what? Kingston College of Kingston College also 10.81. So Shaquille Lowe gets the win.
Starts off the Class 1 boys with a cracking start, 10.6 in this condition. Ooh. It's pretty cold. It's really cold for these athletes. They're not used to this type of weather.
Right.
It's wet, cold, and windy. And Shaquille Lowe of Kingston College just started off the first section of the Class 1 boys 100 meters with 10.6 seconds. So that was really impressive.
Very impressive indeed from Shaquille Lowe of Kingston College. You'll be happy with that time. Going into the Boys and Girls Athletics Championships, 10:64, the confirmed time for Shaquille Lowe. It's a 1, 2, 3 for the Purple and White School from North Street. So now on to section 2.
So section 2 of the Class 1 boys 100 meters on the track. In lane 1, Jeremy Smith, very technical. Lane 2, Ronaldo Thomas, Wolmer. Lane 3, Siobhan Miles. Lane of Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Chadwick Williams, Kingston College. Lane 5, Jonathan Morris, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 6, Ricardo Smith, Calabar. Lane 7, Christopher Mullins, Spot Valley. And lane 8, Kyle Bowen of Kingston College. That was a false start.
And it's
start there.
actually is lane 1, Jeremy Smith of Veer Technical, that actually had a false start, and he is confirmed to be gone. So Jeremy Smith shown the red card, and he will no longer take part in this race. And so there are now 7 athletes. Section Section 2 of the boys Class 1 100 meters. We see Calabar's Ricardo Smith stepping through, but challenged by Siobhan Miles of Donald Quarry. The time 11.26. And we'll see who gets the win. And it's actually Ricardo Smith of Calabar, so he's confirmed the winner, time of 11.24. Second is Siobhan Miles of Donald Quarry, 11.37. And Bowen of Kingston College, he gets 3rd place. So Ricardo Smith, the winner of section 2 of 8. And now on to section 3 with the lane assignments. Daniel Dowey, take it away.
Thank you, Chris. So here are the lane assignments for section 3. In lane 1, Justin McLeod, Donald Quarry. Lane 2, Nassif Brooks, very technical. Lane 3, Dane Shell Dyer, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 4, Robert Bailey, Excelsior. Lane 5, Stephen Hill, Mona. Lane 6, Sharif Campbell, Monroe. Lane 7, Blaine Buckle, York Castle. And lane 8, Shakur Williams, Meadowbrook.
So we see Dashnell Dyer coming back for the 100-meter dash. Competed in the hurdles, sprint hurdles event early on today. Good morning. So Dashnell Dyer. Athletes getting ready. Off and running they go here in the third section, the boys class 100 meters. And look at Dashnell Dyer of St. Elizabeth, top technical, and he's being challenged. And very close from Shakur Williams of lane 8, but Dashnell Dyer flash time 10.70. And it's rounded up to 10.71. And Williams of Meadowbrook, second, 10.82. Buckle, 11.13 from York Castle. So congratulations to Dashnell Dyer. He won his section, not the fastest time, but he won his section of the sprint hurdles. And now wins the section of, or the third section of the boys class 100 meters. Now the lane assignments for section 4 with Daniel Dowen.
So section 4 on the track. In lane 1, Delgado Messam, Excelsior. Lane 2, Karen White, Excelsior. Lane 3, Ricardo White, Wolmer's. Lane 4, Rohan Watson, York Castle. Lane 5, Demar Salis, Arden. Lane 6, Lovante Williams, Vauxhall High. Lane 7, Conroy Jones, St. Elizabeth Technical. And lane 8, Kevin Goldson, Papine High.
So the lane assignments for the boys class 1, 100 meters, section 4 of 8. Still the time to beat Shaquille Lowe of Kingston College, and his confirmed time was actually 10.64. So still the time to beat, and away they go here, section 4 of 8, the boys class 100 meters, and there is a battle between section 1 to 4, but look at the St. Elizabeth technical athlete, that's Conroy Jones, and so he is the winner of that section. 10.69 the flash time, and it's 10.70 confirmed. And White of Wolmer's boys, 10.98. And Watson of York Castle, 11.03 is third. So Conroy Jones stepped through and won that event. As we see the rain pouring down here at the National Stadium, the John Wolmer's Speed Fest. And still the fastest time to beat is Shaquille Lowe, 10.64. So will we see a faster time as we go to section 5 of 8 lane assignments with Daniel Dowen?
Thank you, Chris. In section 5, we have Gavin Smith of St. Elizabeth Technical in lane 1, Omar Brown, lane 2 of York Castle, Javden Douglas, Jamaica College in lane 3, Rajay Reed, Excelsior lane 4, Sean Thomas, Fair Technical lane 5, Tyreek Butner, Monroe in 6, Javed McCullough, Donald Quarry 7, and Jaheim Holloway of Donald Quarry in lane 8.
So actually 2 Donald Quarry athletes in this section.
So we see the big boys, the Class 1 boys, posting sub-11 times as expected. 10.7, 10.6, fastest time.
And I actually think there's only one section so far, if memory serves me correctly, that didn't post a time under 11 seconds.
For the winner.
For the winner.
So they're braving the conditions.
And they're posting sub-11 clocking, so not bad from the athletes.
This is the type of effort that we want to see in the month of champs.
Right.
Just a few weeks away.
And off and running they go here, section 5 of 8. The boys class 1, 100 meters. And look at Gawain Smith of Monroe, but stepping through. It seems to be the Monroe athlete, Tariq Butner. So Tariq Butner with the win and his celebration. 10.73 the confirmed time for Butner of Monroe. Second, just waiting confirmation. Reed of Excelsior, 10.90. And then Smith of St. Elizabeth Technical third with a time of 11.13. So very good run by Tariq Butner of Monroe. We move on to section 6, sorry.
So section 6 on the track. In lane 1, Jamario McIntosh, Pembroke Hall. Lane 2, Oblique Seville, Calabar. Lane 3, Joshua Creary, Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Rashawn Young, Calabar. Lane 5, Waylon Williams, York Castle. Lane 6, Romario Williams, Lacovia. Lane 7, Bradley Spencer, Wolmer's Boys. And lane 8, Tyreek Segri of Monroe College.
And again, see another sprint hurdle athlete, Tyreek Segri of Monroe, coming back to do the 100 meters. So, you see a lot of these athletes, as we said, not unusual. As we see the other athletes for the field events actually coming up now. And for the high jump, the bar set at 1.79 meters. 1.65 confirming. So athlete 179 as we get ready for section 6 of 8.
Oblique Seville of Calabar, Rashawn Young of Calabar, and Bradley Spencer of Wolmer's also in this section. Section 6 of 8.
As the athletes get themselves ready.
You might see that 10.64 by Low being shattered now. Let's see.
We'll see how fast these athletes can go in these conditions. Off and running they go here in section 6 of 8. A very good start by Civil of Calabar. Look at the run by Civil of Calabar. That's a fast time. 10.48. That was impressive. The confirmed time for Oblique Civil at 10.46 confirmed. We thought it was going to be shattered and he destroyed it. So he is the fastest athlete in this event so far. 10.46 the confirmed time. And then his counterpart Rashane Young actually got second place, 10.69. So what a run by Oblique Civil of Calabar.
Well, he's a vital part of the impressive Calabar class 1 4x100 meter team, and he really just stamped his class with that 10.4.
What a strong run by Oblique Civil of Calabar. And 10.4.
Fastest time so far.
Fastest time
of the day.
Whoa, what a sprint. And he led, and his technique was strong, fast, confident. So congratulations to him. Fastest time as we're getting ready for the penultimate heat and the lane assignments with Daniel Dowie.
Thank you, Chris. So section 7 on the track. In lane 1, Nikolai Williams Calabar. Lane 2, Maurice Thompson Papine. Lane 3, Shane Brown St. George's. Lane 4, Chadwick Stewart Calabar. Lane 5, Demario Gallup Wolmer's. Lane 6, Everton Dennis Calabar. Lane 7, Winston Harrison St. Elizabeth Technical. And lane 8, Justin Emmanuel Papine High. So we saw Demario Gallup at Gibson Relays giving Wolmer's a really impressive first leg for that win. They eventually won because Calabar was disqualified,
right.
But they ran a really strong race for second initially and
so.
eventually winning the event because of the Calabar boys exchanging their final exchange out of the zone. But the Mario Gallup in this section ran an impressive leg for Wolmer, so we'll see what he can do in the open 100 meters, the flat race today. The fastest time so far, 10:46 by Oblique Seville of Calabar.
Just ran. And so we see the athletes getting ready. Will this time be improved?
Maurice Thompson of Papine High in section 2 as well. Lane 2.
And sent on their way, section 7 of 8, the boys class 100 meters. A very good race. And it looks like Nikolai Williams flash time 10:72. So Williams with the win, and Stewart. It's actually Stewart that actually is the victor, 10:72. And Williams of Calabar as well gets third, and then Thompson of Papine High is third, 10:91 for him, 10:73 for Williams, and 10:72 for the winner Stewart. So won't be improved, but a 1-2 for Calabar.
So let's move on to the final section of the Class 1 boys 100 meter dash, section 8. In lane 1, Shadane Adamson Calabar. Lane 2, Jamoy Clark Vauxhall High. Lane 3, Antonio Phillips Calabar. Lane 4, Tyrese Reed Spot Valley. Lane 5, Giovanni Hawes Calabar. Lane 6, Daniel Austin Wolmer's. And lane 7, Daniel Mahatier of MVP.
So the final section of the boys class 1 100 meters. 3 athletes from Calabar. You see 1 athlete from a track club, MVP, and that's Denelson Mahatier. In lane 7, so 7 athletes in this event. Boys getting ready for the final section in this event. The boys class 1 100 meter, the final heat, the boys class 1 boys 100 meters. Look at the MVP track club athlete Danielson Mahatier actually, and confirmed time 10:51. So Danielson Mahatier of MVP 10:50. So it won't improve the time that was set by Oblique Civil. And Phillips of Calabar gets second. Time of 10.95. And so the fastest time in this event 17, Class 1 boys 100 meters, goes to Oblique Civil. A blistering time of 10.46.
So just what we wanted to see at the Speed Fest, all those fast times being posted there by the Class 1 boys. As we move to the next event on track, the the senior men 100-meter dash. So we have 6 sections. And in section 1, we have Davon Curtis of Excelsior in lane 1, Alistair Crooks of UTEC in 2, Tony Houghton, UTEC in 3, Tasrico Bell, UTEC in 4, Chris Jr. Coleman, GC Foster in 5, Dante Jeffrey of Excelsior in 6, Andre Leverage of UTEC in 7, and Dominique Gray of UTEC in 8. So this is the first section of 6 for the senior men 100-meter dash. So expecting to see much faster time than we got from the Class 1 boys. Seville posting that 10.46 and Mahathir Dominican running 10.50 seconds to get the second fastest time for the Class 1 boys.
So, will we see a faster time in the seniors event?
I'm sure we'll see a faster time. So,
how
section
fast
1.
Will they go?
Section 1, they're getting ready to go. So, Curtis Excelsior, Crooks UTEC, Houghton UTEC, Bell UTEC, Coleman GC Foster, Jeffrey Excelsior, Leverage UTEC, and Gray, Dominique Gray of UTEC in lane 8. So
that was the lane assignments for the first event, or the first section of 6, the men's 100-meter dash seniors. Running they go. Look at lane number 2, that's Crooks UTEC Jamaica, who's being challenged by Bell also UTEC Jamaica. Also look at lane 8, Dominic Gray. Flash time 10:76. Well, Gray gets the win. Then Bell of UTEC Jamaica gets second 10:78, and then Leverage. He gets third from UTEC, so 1, 2, 3 for UTEC. And I tell you, so far, the first section has not posted faster than the Class 1 boys.
So Dominique Gray of UTEC with 10:75 starting it off for the senior men. And let's move to section 2. Here are the lane assignments. In lane 1, Jariel Cherrington Huey. Lane 2, Gilbert Hainuka UTEC. Lane 3, Leonardo Stewart UTEC. Lane 4, Sheldon Mitchell GC Foster. Lane 5, Tajay Gale UTEC. Lane 6, Rasheen McDonald MVP. Lane 7, Rashid Dwyer Sprintec. And lane 8, O'Shane Blake of UE.
So the lane assignments for section 2 of 6.
National record holder in the 400 meters, Rashid McDonald contesting the 100 meters today in section 2. He's in lane 6.
And also Rashid Dwyer.
Rashid Dwyer as well.
Sprintec.
Running
he goes in lane 7. Right.
And Tajay Gale, the long jumper.
And I tell you, the year before when we did the Grace Jackson meet and they did the 60 meters, Rashid Dwyer was actually the winner and actually won ahead of Asafa Powell. So he has somewhat of a speed in him, Rashid Dwyer. And he'll be looking to put it to the test here today. So look out for lane 6 and 7.
Time to beat 10:75 by Gray in the first section.
Right. What will the time be in this section? Section 2 of 6, the senior 100 meters dash. The rains have subsided, Daniel. So the sun is trying to peek its way through the clouds. And off and running they go here. The men's 100 meter dash. Look at Rashid Dwyer of Sprint Tech. And Rashid Dwyer comes through the line. Flash time 10:27. I told you he had some speed. And the flash time 10:27 rounded up to 10:28. So that is the fastest time. And then Gale of UTEC 10:42. And then McDonald, he gets third from MVP. So what a race by Rashid Dwyer of Sprint Tech. 10:28 the final time.
Fastest time of the day. The new time to beat, 10:28 by Rashid Dwyer of Sprint Tech. Here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest at the National Stadium in Kingston.
Speed Fest indeed, as we get ready
for Section 3. So in Lane 1, Jerome Burford, MVP. Lane 2, Courtney Missick, Michael. Lane 3, Deshaun Mighty, MVP. Lane 4, Romain Haffenden, GC Foster. Lane 5, Ajame Graham, UTEC. Lane 6, Owen Adonis, UE. Lane 7, Matthew Howell, MVP. And Lane 8, Kareem Small of UTEC. So that's Section 3 of 6 for the senior men 100 meters dash. Fastest time so far, 10.28 seconds by Rashid Dwyer of Sprint Tech. And Tajay Gale getting the second fastest time so far, 10.42 seconds.
Right. So the top two fastest times actually came in the previous section, Section 2 of 6. So we have 3 MVP athletes in this one, 2 UTEC athletes in this one, 1 Michael and 1 Yue, and 1 GC Foster. So those round up the institutions and clubs for Section 3 of 6, the men's senior 100 meter dash, as we see the mascot and coming through the stands. And off and running they go here at Section 3 of 6, the men's 100 meter dash. Look at lane number 5. That seems to be Graham of UTEC Jamaica. So it's Graham of UTEC Jamaica, spins through. And the flash time, 10:71. So Ojamu Graham gets the win, 10:69, rounded down to Adonis, gets 10:82. And those are the top two of the third section, the men's 100 meters dash.
So on to Section 4 of 6. In Lane 2, Samuel Smith, UTEC. Lane 3, Mazino Barrett, UE. Lane 4, Dennis Cohan, UTEC. Lane 5, Orlando Houston, Spot Valley. Lane 6, Damain Ross, UE Mona. Lane 7, Chad Jones, unattached. And Lane 8, Makish Compton of GC Foster. So the fastest time still that 10:28 set by Rashid Dwyer of Sprint Tech.
And now we see that Graham has the third fastest time now. He improved Gray's fastest time. And so he has the third fastest time. And the second fastest time is Tajay Gale. So just confirming, Gilbert Kainuka of UTEC actually has the third fastest time. So the top 3 fast times
came from Section 2.
Section 2. As we see Section 4, the athletes just getting themselves ready.
So
it's a green card being shown. So athletes ready again. Section 4 of 6. 7 athletes in this event. There's no athlete in lane 1, so that's the only difference. And off and running they go here. Section 4 of 6, the men's 100 meters. Look at Huey Mona's Mazzino Barrett, and he's also been challenged by GC Foster's Compton, but it will be Mazzino Barrett. All the Huey Mona flash time 10:65. So 10:65, the confirmed time. So we know has the second fastest time in the 100 meters.
Third fastest,
in the 100 meters event for seniors. And the confirmed time 10:65 for Mazzino Barrett. And Compton of GC Foster gets second place.
On to section 5. In lane 1, Brandon Bembridge, Excelsior. Lane 2, Alexander Francis Michael. Lane 3, Alex Davis Michael. Lane 4, Javari Richards, GC Foster. Lane 5, Mario Williams, UTEC. Lane 6, Robert Pryce Michael. Lane 7, Jervell Thomas, Vision Track Club. And lane 8, Jabari McPherson, also Vision Track Club. So that was section 5 of 6. Senior men, 100 meters.
Penultimate section, lane assignments.
As they take their marks.
And themselves ready. And off and running they go here. Section 5 of 6. The men's 100 meter dash. Quite even at the moment, but look at lane 1. That's Bembridge of Excelsior. So Bembridge of Excelsior gets it. Flash time 10:97. So Bembridge of Excelsior confirmed 10:96 for Bembridge. And then Williams, UTEC Jamaica, second, 11:02. And then Richards, 11.12. And he's from GC Foster College. So Bembridge, the winner from Excelsior Community College, 10:96.
So let's move on to the final section, and if we are to see a challenge to that 10:28 posted by Rashid Dwyer, it may come from this final section. It has to, because this is the final section. So in lane 1 we have Brendan Rodney, the Canadian Olympian of Sprintec. Lane 2, O'Shane Bailey, GC Foster. Lane 3, Aravinda Shallow, GC Foster. Lane 4, Ronte Boyd, UTEC. Lane 5, Michael Israel, MVP. Lane 6, Emmanuel Archibald, UE. Lane 7, Adrian Edwards, MVP. And lane 8, Samuel Rowe, UE Mona. So, looking to see if this final section can challenge the top times posted so far. 10:28 by Rashid Dwyer and 10:46 from Tajay Gale of MVP.
So look out for O'Shane Bailey of GC Foster in lane 2, national champion for 100 meters. And his best is 10.11. And I tell you, if he does equal his personal best, it would be the fastest time in this event. And that's event 18, the men's 100 meter dashers are just getting themselves ready again.
Lots of fast familiar names in here. O'Shane Bailey, Brendan Rodney, Emmanuel Archibald. So let's see how this section turns out.
No rain at the moment. And the clouds no longer overcast. The sky is no longer grey. It's blue here at the National Stadium. And off and running they go. Here the final heat of the men's 100 meters. Look at Shane Bailey in lane number 2 and pushing strongly is Archibald. And it looks to be a Shane Bailey. 10:42 the flash time. Negative 1.3 meters per second. It's 10:39 rounded down to. That's a fast time. So Shane Bailey of GC Foster gets the win, and then Archibald of UMona 10:46.
Second fastest time so far. We will not beat the 10:28 by Rashid Dwyer set in the section 2.
So third was actually Brendan Rodney, the Canadian Olympian from Sprintec. 10:57 actually the confirmed time.
And Archibald of UWI up in second. 10:46 matching Tajay Gale of UTEX time.
Right.
So that concludes the men's 100 meter dash.
Very some good performances, but the best performance coming in section 2, Rashid Dwyer, 10:27 or 10:28. 10:27 was a flash time, and 10:28 was the confirmed time for Rashid Dwyer. What do you think about that performance?
Very quick start to the season for him. I'm sure he'll be pleased. And we say again, it's been quite chilly. We had the rain earlier on and off, and the wind turned around for the senior men. It came to their favor. I think they had a slight tailwind. They're not as bad as the earlier classes, boys and girls had.
Rashid Dwyer, the fastest time.
So we see the
10:28 as we see the blocks being moved. So it will be a
200 meter mark.
200 meter mark. So it will be the 200 meter next.
And we still have some high jump going on. Field events there, long jump, high jump.
Attempt at 1.60 meters.
Yes, the
women's athlete.
The only events we have being contested today are the field events, the jumps and the throws, and the sprint events at this John Wolmer Speed Fest. So,
well, they call it Speed Fest. There's a reason why, because they will only contest the quarter mile, the 200 and the 100, as well as the hurdles. So 400 meter hurdles and the sprint hurdles will be contested.
So all sprint events, so 400 meters and down. But we've been moving up. So we had the 100 meters, we had the 70 meter hurdles. We started off for the girls and moved up to 100 meter hurdles. And then we had the boys, 100 meter hurdles and 110 meter hurdles. And we got those out of the way. The 100 meters just finished. And so we're moving up to the 200 meters, and we'll close with the 400 meter flat and hurdles later on this afternoon. Try to get that run up right and clearance attempt better next time around. See the next athletes on the runway. Knocking the bar over with his butt there. And we're getting more of the heavy rains that we've been having all morning. So we're having another downpour, a heavy downpour, and some wind to go with it. So tough conditions for the jumpers. I see Kingston College athlete there having some challenge with his run up. The runway is pretty much just all wet and flooded, but that's what the spikes that they wear is for, to give them that grip.
As We see that
So they
it's
won't
actually
fall
taking cover.
if they attempt.
Wow.
But
And it's
there'll be
even
no
harder.
attempt for now. They run for cover. And I don't blame them. It's some really heavy rains that we're dealing with right now. The track is being flooded. Hopefully it just runs off the track so we can continue when the rain pauses. But we're having some really, really heavy rains right now. And everybody is basically running for cover here at the National Stadium. So it's a bit of a delay to the meet. And yep, and we're getting wet also. So yes, this is the first of 5 sections for the class 4 girls 200 meter dash. That is 12 and under, class 4.
Well, the rain has subsided, so the class 4 is underway. As we also heard that Corey Otti of Calabar cleared the height of 1.85 meters, so congratulations to him on his very last attempt and got over the height. As we heard the lineup for the first section of this event, the girls class 4 200 meters.
Lane 7, Tracy Johnson, Bushet, and in lane 8, Deandra Harris, Will.
So they're on their marks. The first section ready to go. And they're off.
Off and running they go here in the first section of the girls at class 4 200 meters. And Amelia Shaw in lane 5 from Lacovia. She is contending with lane 1, that's Brianna Campbell of St. Jago, but also looking lane 8, that's Deandra Harris of Veer Technical. So Deandra Harris is battling with Campbell, and it seems to be Deandra Harris of Veer Technical that gets the win. The flash time 26.49 seconds, and it seems to be Harris by our estimation, and it is Harris that wins 26.53, and then Campbell of St. Jago 27.30 in second of St. Jago. And that's the top 2 rounding out section 1 of the girls class 4 200 meters, and now section 2 of 5, the lane assignments with Daniel Dowie.
Section 2 on the track. In lane 1, Shelby Palmer, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 2, Retrina Williams Alpha. Lane 3, Batavia Finn Wolmer's Girls. Lane 4, Shaquilia Locke Grange Hill. Lane 5, Jalicia Robinson Meadowbrook. Lane 6, Dejanay Walker Westwood. Lane 7, Jade Mitchell St. Jago. And lane 8, Atealia Bailey of their technical.
So, lane assignments given for section 2 of 5, the girls class 4 200 meters.
So section 2, they're still getting the blocks ready, tested and ready to go. We had a bit of a delay earlier because of the rains, the heavy rains, but we're back on track. We had the opening ceremony and now we're on to the 200 meters, and this is the second section.
Heavy rains couple of minutes ago, and that led to the delay. The athletes were actually ushered out earlier, and then they had to be ushered back in the tunnel because the rain started falling again, as we see the athletes getting ready for section 2 of 5, the girls class 4 200 meters. And Palmer, Williams, Finn, Locke, Robinson, Walker, Mitchell, and Bailey. And look at the speed picked up by Britavia Finn of Wolmer's. And coming around the bend, also Jada Mitchell of St. Jago and Talia Bailey of Veer Technical into the straightaway. Finn has the advantage. Britavia Finn of Wolmer's. He's trying to be caught by Jada Mitchell of St. Jago. But look at Finn. Britavia Finn of Wolmer's. She does win it. Flash time 26.78. And St. Jago's Jada Mitchell gets second place. And as I said, the flash time 26.78, positive 1.4 meters per second, so it was a tailwind. And it's confirmed the same as the flash time 26.78, and then Mitchell of St. Jago 27.08, and then Bailey of Veer Technical gets third place. So that rounds up the top three for the second section. And now the third section, the lane assignment with Daniel Dowey.
Thank you, Chris. So section 3 on the track, section 3 of 5. In lane 1, Akila Gordon, Wolmer's. Lane 2, Akelia Whitaker, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 3, Akila Berger, Meadowbrook. Lane 4, Chanel Miles, Immaculate Conception. Lane 5, Moya Edwards, St. Jago. Lane 6, Ashana Smith, Veer Technical. Lane 7, Latoya Graham, Grange Hill. And lane 8, Dana Whittingham, the Queen's School. So that is section 3 of 5.
As we see the third section off and running, a good start by Moya Edwards of St. Jago. Coming to the straightaway, it is Edwards and Smith. Moya Edwards of St. Jago. And she's been followed also by Smith. And so Smith actually wins it. Sashana Smith of Veer Technical, flash time 26.12. Certainly that's the fastest time now.
Yes, I think that is the fastest time so far.
26.12 it's rounded down to for Veer Technical Smith, and then Moya Edwards 27.02 for her. So that's the top two.
So section 4 on the track. In lane 2, Makeda Legister, the Queen's School. Lane 3, DeAndre Meylor, unattached. Lane 4, Italia Nelson, the Queen's School. Lane 5, Kira Savage, Wolmer's Girls. Lane 6, Wayne Dixon, Meadowbrook. And lane 7, Josan Small, St. Hughes. So section 4 of 5 there on the track. Getting in their blocks.
The penultimate section.
.26.12, the fastest time so far by Sashana Smith of Veer Technical.
So Sashana Smith setting the pace again, including this race. Just 2 more left. And so will we see an improvement? Will we see a faster time? We'll just have to wait and see. Well, this is the penultimate section of the girls class 4 200 meters. Go here in the penultimate section of the girls class 4 200 meters. Going well is Meadowbrook's Dixon and also Kiara Savage of Wolmer's. So coming to the straightaway, also Makeda Legister of Queens. But look at Meadowbrook's Wenise Dixon. Wenise Dixon battling with Legister. And it's Legister in the lead at the moment. So Makeda Legister will take this one. Flash time 26.67. And she gets it from Wenise Dixon of Meadowbrook. Positive 3.0 meters per second is the wind reading. 26.67 for Legister, and Legister, it's rounded down now to 26.70. And then Dixon of Meadowbrook, 26.92. And then Kira Savage of the Queen's School, 27.90. That's in third.
Thank you, Chris. So on to section 5, the final section of the class 4 girls 200 meters. We have in lane 2, Ivanisha Henry of Papine High. Lane 3, Toyna Nelson St. Jago. Lane 4, Bianca Walker Mount St. Joseph. Lane 5, Kendra McKenzie Wolmer's Girls. Lane 6, Sasha K. Gentles the Queen's School. And lane 7, Tamoy Tomlinson St. Hughes. So this is the final section. Section 5 of 5 for the class 4 girls 200 meter dash. And the fastest time is still 26.12 seconds by Sashana Smith of Bear Technical. So that is still the fastest time.
Final attempts now to improve that time. Only
final
this
opportunity.
Last section,
section 5.
Left, right. So this is the final section of event 19, the girls class 4, 200 meters. As we said here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest, only the sprints will be contested. The 400 meter hurdles, 110, the sprint hurdles with is the 70, 80, 100 and 110 meters hurdles. And then we have the 200 and the 100 meters hurdles, or 200 and 100 meters that will be contested as well. So that is actually the distance that will be covered. And then we have the field events, which is the long jump, the high jump, the discus. So
well, we already had the sprint hurdles and the 100 meters,
right,
so we're at the 200 meters now.
Very good performance.
So we see
as we see the athletes getting ready. Final section, the girls class 4, 200 meters, away they go. The first and last time of asking. Look at Kendra McKenzie of Wolmer. And on the inside, that's St. Jago's Tonya Nelson. And coming to the straightaway, it's Tonya Nelson in the lead of St. Jago and contested by McKenzie of Wolmer. And it's still Tonya Nelson of St. Jago. So it's Tonya Nelson of St. Jago that will win this one. She increases her lead and she wins it. Flash time 26.77 for Tonya Nelson. And then Kendra McKenzie of Wolmer's Girls gets second. Positive 2.7 meters per second is the wind reading. And 26.75 for Tonya Nelson of St. Jago. And then McKenzie of Wolmer's second, 27.70, and then Tomlinson of St. Hughes 28.16. So that is it for event number 19, the girls class 4, 200 meters. And as we can safely say, the fastest time was Sashana Smith of Veer Technical. She had the fastest time, 25.12 seconds. So that came from section 3 of 5. So we know who has the fastest time now.
So let's move on to the class 3 girls 200 meters, event number 20 now on track. And in this event we have 6 sections. So we see section 1 on the track getting their blocks ready. In lane 1 we have Jordania Ballantyne of Mushet. Lane 2, Swaby Bennett, Lacovia. Lane 3, Kayla Brown, Immaculate Conception. Lane 4, Kadina Deeble, The Queen's School. Lane 5, Danae McFarlane, Westwood High. Lane 6, Ashley McKenzie from Technical. Lane 7, Jaden Bennett, Mount St. Joseph. And lane 8, Danish Grant of St. Hughes.
So thank you, Daniel, so much. Lane assignments for event number 20, that is class 3 girls 200 meters. And as Daniel said before, there are 6 sections in this event.
And we've been seeing, as we saw with the Class 4 girls, the wind has started to be in the favor of the athletes. They're now having a tailwind.
Right.
So, as opposed to this morning with the heavy rain and the wind.
And
so
the headwind.
Sure, they'll be happy about that.
Off and running for heat number 1 of 6. The girls Class 2 girls 200 meters. Class 3 girls 200 meters. Coming around the bend, it seems to be Immaculate's Kayla Brown of Immaculate. And also look at lane number 2, that's Swaby Bennett of Lacovia. So it's Bennett from Brown. And contesting is lane number 8, that's Grant of St. Hughes for 2nd and 3rd. Look at lane number 7 and 8, but it will be Swaby Bennett of Lacovia High. The flash time 26.40 for Swaby Bennett. Positive 2.0 meters per second, and 26.39 for Bennett of Lacovia. 2nd, Brown of Immaculate, 27.07, and Grant of St. Hughes actually did hold on for 3rd place.
So section 2, lane 1, Sheena Bulgin, Grange Hill. Lane 2, Shakara Mito, Wolmer's. Lane 3, Jadine Medley, Mushette. Lane 4, Brianna Daly, Bustamante. Lane 5, Bianca Miles, St. Hughes. Lane 6, Brianna Malcolm from Technical. Lane 7, Leo J. Hibbert, St. Jago. Lane 8, Britannia Stewart of Lacovia High. So that is section 2 of 6.
So section 2 of 6, the lane assignments. As we see the athletes getting ready. Off and running they go, section 2 of 6, the girls Class 3 200 meters. And look at lane number 7, that's Hibbert of St. Jago coming around the bend now. That is also Compass of Wolmer's. So Wolmer's in the lead at the moment, and also St. Jago, that's Hibbert. So it is Compass and Hibbert. And so it is actually, seems to be Mito actually of Wolmer's, or Hibbert of St. Jago. The flash time 26.10. So it actually is Leo J. Hibbert of St. Jago that wins it. Mito of Wolmer's girls is in 2nd place, and then Stewart of Lacovia High is in 3rd. So that rounds off the top 3 athletes for the 2nd section, and now the 3rd section with Daniel Doe.
Thank you, Chris. So section 3 on the track. In lane 1, Sabrina Bartley, Bustamante. Lane 2, Demoya Compass of Wolmer's girls. Lane 3, Jovan Guthrie, Grange Hill. Lane 4, Jadan Smith Alpha. Lane 5, Zeta Johnson, the Queen School. Lane 6, Kalilia Reed, Wolmer's girls. Lane 7, Jodine Christie, Bustamante. And lane 8, Kwesi Davis of St. Jago.
So section 3 of 6, and Daniel just announced the lane assignments. The girls getting themselves ready. Girls getting ready. Off and running they go here in section 3 of 6, the girls Class 3 200 meters. And look at lane number 2, that's Compass of Wolmer. So coming around the bend is also lane number 8, that's Kwesi Davis of St. Jago. And look at her flying past Demoya Compass of Wolmer. So it will be Kwesi Davis of St. Jago that wins this one. Cross the line, flash time 24.49. So Kwesi Davis, the winner of that section. Positive 1.9 wind speed, 24.46 for Davis. Compass of Wolmer's gets second, 25.44, and then Guthrie, 26.57. And she hails from Grange Hill. She gets third place. So congratulations to Davis. And now section 4 of 6, lane assignments with Daniel Dowling.
So section 4 on the track. In lane 1, Imani Lambert, the Queen's School. Lane 2, Twana Cunningham, Wolmer's Girls. Lane 3, Abigail Martin, St. Jago. Lane 4, Rashika Byfield, Lacovia High. Lane 5, Keja Flowers, St. Hugh's. Lane 6, Nadia Brown, Mushette. Lane 7, Tishani Maxwell, Meadowbrook. And lane 8, Crystal Shaw of the Queen's School.
So, section 4 of 6, lane assignments has been announced, and the athletes now getting ready. Off and running they go here in heat number 4 of 6, the girls class 3, 200 meters, and look at Lacovia High's Byfield. So it is also Wolmer's Girls Cunningham as well battling, but look at Byfield steps through and she gains some advantage, so she increases the distance between her and the field. So Byfield will get this one, passing the line, 25.37 the flash time for Rashika Byfield. And it looks like Abigail Martin might have grabbed the second place, 25.40 for the final time. And it is Martin of St. Jago, 26.37. And that rounds up the top 2 for section 4 of 6, and now section 5 of 6 in the lane assignment with Daniel.
Thank you, Chris. So section 5 on the track. In lane 1, Tiana Newby, York Castle. Lane 2, Cameron Francis, St. Hugh's. Lane 3, Aisha Hines, Mushet. Lane 4, Tishika Smith, Bustamante. Lane 5, Asania Tomlin, St. Jago. Lane 6, Michaela Gardner, Wolmer's Girls. Lane 7, Abigail Hill, Bustamante. And lane 8, Denisha Taylor, Falcon Athletics. So that is section 5 of 6.
Off and running they go here in the penultimate section of the girls class 3, 200 meters. Look at Gardner of Wolmer's coming around the bend, and also look at St. Jago's Tomlinson, but look at Michaela Gardner for Wolmer's, and she's in the lead. She has an unassailable lead at the moment, increasing the lead. Look at this run from Michaela Gardner, stopping the clock, 24.86. Confident from her, and she won by some distance, 24.86. And the confirmed time, it is 24.86. And Tomlin, 27.04 is second place. And Newbie, 27.28. So look at the distance between Gardner and the rest of the field. And congratulations to Gardner Her time, 24.86 seconds. Now, the final heat of the girls' Class 3, 200 meters.
Thank you, Chris. So the final section 6 of 6 on the track. In lane 1, Joanna Whitehorn, St. Jago. Lane 2, Sharon Prince, Bustamante. Lane 3, Britannia Maris, Mona. Lane 4, Shayna Terrylong, the Queen's School. Lane 5, Beauty James, Grange Hill. Lane 6, Adriana Wright, Wolmer's Girls. Lane 7, Kendra Gale, Mona High. And Lane 8, Shana Gay Leslie of St. Jago. So this is the final section in the Class 3 girls 200 meters.
And off and running they go, coming around the bend at the moment. And look at Shauna Gay Leslie of St. Jago being battled by her teammate Joanna Whitehorn. And it's so Whitehorn actually in the lead at the moment. So Whitehorn has the advantage, but she's being challenged by Leslie. And who will it be, Leslie or Whitehorn? Dip at the line. And it seems to be Joanna Whitehorn that wins it. Flash time, 26.49 seconds. Positive 2.7 meters per second. And Whitehorn confirmed 26.48. And then Leslie for St. Jago in second, 26.54. And that rounds up the top two. And that's the final section of this event. That's event 20, the girls Class 3, 200 meters. And we're getting ready for Class 2. It's one of the girls Class 2, 200 meters. And Felicia Brown of Wolmer's coming around the bend at the moment. And St. Jago in the lead. And Hall of St. Jago in the lead. And she has the advantage, and I don't think nobody can catch her. So Hall of St. Jago wins it, 25.45 the flash time. Positive 1.5 meters per second. 25.46 for Hall. And then Francis second with 25.83, and then Richardson 26.35. That rounds up the top three for the girls Class 2, 200 meters. That's the first section. Off and running they go here in section 2. Heat number 2 of the girls Class 2, 200 meters. And Wolmer's coming around the bend. And look at Harley of the Queen's School. So it's Harley versus Wolmer's, and it's Queens versus Wolmer's. Look at the battle, and it will be close. So it will be Queens and she dips at the line and wins it. Flash time 25.27. And a very good run from the Queen's School. Positive 1.3 meters per second, and it's rounded up to 25.29 for Hartley. And Myrie of Wolmer's, gets second, 25.53. So that was the penultimate heat. It's now the final heat of the girls Class 2, 200 meters. And the athletes just preparing themselves.
Lane 6, Abigail Jarrett, St. Hughes. Lane 7, Dejane Bundy, St. Hughes. And in lane 8, Justina Sinclair, Meylor.
And the final section of the girls class 2 girls 200 meters. And Destiny Smith of Wolmer's in the lead, but look at lane number 2. That is Hines of St. Jago. So coming up is lane number 3, McNeil of St. Elizabeth Technical. Look at the run from McNeil of St. Elizabeth Technical, and she's passing the 2 athletes, and it will be McNeil of St. Elizabeth Technical takes that one. The flash time 25.45. She surpassed Hines of St. Jago and Smith of Wolmer's girls. So McNeil with the winning time 25.43, and then Hines of St. Jago 24.57. So that was the top 2. And Hartley of the Queens 25.29 actually got the fastest time for this event.
For the class 1 girls, 200 meters, 2 heats to come.
So the Queen's School getting the fastest time for the girls class 2 200 meters. And so 2 sections in the girls class 1 200 meters, event number 22. In lane 1 for section 1, Bridget Campbell of St. Jago. Lane 2, Cara Sampath of the Queen's School. Lane 4, Amonique Burnswell of Glenmuir. Lane 5, Shanice Brooks of Lacovia High. Lane 6, Kavina Sterling of Bustamante High. And lane 7, Zwandi Harrison of Wolmer's Girls. And this is the first and penultimate heat of the girls class 1 200 meters. Off and running they go here in section 1 of 2, the girls class 1 200 meters. Look at Shanice Brooks of Lacovia High and also Bridget Campbell of St. Jago coming around the bend. And so it's Bridget Campbell of St. Jago in the lead at the moment with about 50 meters to go, and she's large and in charge. So Bridget Campbell of St. Jago, she will win this one. Stops the clock at 24.56 seconds. Not a bad time, and that's the flash time. Positive 2.1 meters per second for the wind reading. And so 24.56 for Bridget Campbell. And then Shanice Brooks of Lacovia gets second. And Harrison of Wolmer's Girls gets a third. So that's the top 3. And now the final section of the girls class 1 200 meters. Only 5 athletes in this event. In lane 3, Tiana Dawkins of St. Jago. Lane 4, Samantha Morris of the Queen's School. Lane 5, Natasha Hamilton of Grange Hill. Lane 6, Chevelle Shaw of Women's Girls. And lane 7, Maya Rodney of Bustamante. So, section 2 of 2, the girls class 1, 200 meters. The final section.
So the class 1 boys discus throw in progress. So clean their way now for the final heat. Samantha Morris of the Queens.
So, final section coming around the bend. The Tiana Dawkins of St. Jago in the lead at the moment from Samantha Morris of the Queen's School. So it is, in fact, it's in fact Tiana Dawkins of St. Jago. Look at the lead that she has gained with Samantha Morris. 24.87 the flash time for Tiana Dawkins of St. Jago. She wins it, positive 0.8 meters per second, 24.90 for Tiana Dawkins, and then Morris of the Queen's School in second, 26.64. So that's the top 2, and the third is actually Shaw of Wolmer's Girls. And that is the end of that event.
So the fastest time came from heat 1.
Fastest time, Richard Campbell of St. Jago, 24.56. So St. Jago, top 2 fastest times, even though it's just 2 sections. So that ends the girls' 200 meters.
Here are the lane assignments for section 1. In lane 2, we have Esther Houston of UTEC. Lane 3, Natasha Morrison, Sprint Tech. Lane 4, Rhonda White, Sprint Tech. Lane 5, Candice Newman, UTEC. Lane 6, Tovia Jenkins, Sprint Tech. Lane 7, Tashana Richards, QPC Sports. So that's section 1 of 3 of the senior women's 200 meter dash.
Over to Donald.
Thank you. See the section 1 in lane 2 representing UTEC, Esther Houston. Lane 3 representing Sprintec, Natasha Morrison. Lane 4 representing Sprintec, Rhonda White. Lane 5 from UTEC, Candice Newman. Lane 6 from Sprintec, Tovia Jenkins. And in
lane assignment
Sports, Tashana Richards.
For the women's senior 200 meters. You can pay attention to Natasha Morrison of Sprint Tech. Also Rhonda White, also Sprint Tech. So even though there are 3 Sprint Tech athletes in this event, look out for lane 2 and First time of asking. Very, very good start from Natasha Morrison and Rhonda White of Sprint Tech coming around the curve. It seems to be Natasha Morrison that has the slight advantage. She does. So it is Natasha Morrison of Sprint Tech from Rhonda White of Sprint Tech. And look at Rhonda White trying to gain some distance on Natasha Morrison. And who will it be? Very close. And look at Rhonda White's speed. That was very well done by Rhonda White. Gets it from Natasha Morrison. 23.80 the flash time. And so Rhonda White gets the victory. And Natasha Morrison 23.96 is her confirmed time. 23.81 for Rhonda White. And then Jenkins 24.63 from Sprint Tech. So 1, 2, 3 for Sprint Tech.
So we see the 400 meter strength there coming out for Rhonda White in the last few meters, using her strength to really finish strong and get past her teammate Natasha Morrison, who had a really good start.
Very good start from Natasha Morrison, and Rhonda White was up there with her the whole time. And Natasha Morrison gained some distance with about 80 or 70 meters to go, and then Rhonda White kicked it into second gear and just flew past her and won. So congratulations to her as we look to the penultimate section of the women's 200 meter dash.
Okay, so section 2 on the track. In lane 2, Kristen Laidlaw, MVP. Lane 3, Diana Harris, Michael. Lane 4, Takis Duggan, GC Foster. Lane 5, Ishara Scarlett Yui. Lane 6, Anastasia Leroy, Sprinting. And lane 7, Shakoria Wallace of UTEC.
Over 200 meters, Anastasia Leroy. And in lane 7 from UTEC, Shakoria Wallace.
So, lane assignments for the penultimate section have been read. Look out for Sprint Tech's Anastasia Leroy of Sprint Tech, and she go in lane number 6. So 6 athletes in this one.
It's a clean start once more. A good start
and
for
a clean start.
Lane 4 also flying is Leroy.
Look at lane number 4. And coming around the bend so far is lane number 6, Anastasia Leroy of Sprint Tech. And she presses on the accelerator. So Anastasia Leroy of Sprint Tech will win it by some distance. Stops the clock there at 23.28. So Anastasia Leroy, the victor in this one from Shakoria Wallace. 23.28 for Anastasia Leroy, and then Wallace of UTEC 24.24, and then Scarlett.
I think that's a personal best for Shakoria Wallace. She's been improving all season, so I know that she'll be happy with that time, 24.24.
Right.
And fine running there from Anastasia Leroy.
Sets the fastest time so far in the senior 200 meter dash for women. Now on to the final heat. Now the lane assignments with Daniel Dunn.
Thank you, Chris. So in section 3, lane 3 we'll start with Ashley Williams of GC Foster. Lane 4, Dominique Forbes, UTEC. Lane 5, Ramona Kane, UE. Lane 6, Shabani Nanda, MVP. Lane 7, Shelise Clark, UTEC. And lane 8, Sharon Simpson, Sprint Tech. So Sharon Simpson out there in lane 8.
Sharon Simpson, right. Sprint Tech, 2008 100 meter silver medalist. Actually, was neck and neck with Caroline Stewart. So
tied for silver
in the 2008 Olympic Games in Beijing, China. So watch out for her.
Representing UTEC, Dominic Forbes. Lane 5 from Ramona Kane. Lane 6 representing
This is the final section. Section 303 for the women's 200 meter dash. And time to be set by Anastasia Leroy is 23.
It's 23.8 time to beat at the moment. Anastasia Leroy setting the pace. Only one more opportunity for someone to push her past the time. And so we're just getting ready for the women's 200 meters. Watch out for lane 8, Sharon Simpson of Sprint Tech. Clean for the first and last time I'm asking. And coming around the bend is Sharon Simpson, but look at lane number 2, Ashley Williams of GC Foster College. So it's Ashley Williams of GC Foster College so far. And look at the accelerator by Nanda of MVP. And look, it's going to be close. Will it be? And yes, it is. It looks like Shabani Nanda of MVP, 23.74. Positive 1.2 meters per second was the wind speed. And Nanda the victory, 23.72.
It was close in the end. She really had to work for that one.
And then actually Sharon Simpson came up for second place, 23.75. And then Williams gets the third place with 23.80. So that was an exciting final section. And congratulations to Nanda of MVP for winning that race, 23.72 seconds.
So then Western team join level. We take on the final one-day international to end the series 2 events between them and England. Won by 7 wickets.
So remember, Stride Vision TV streaming live, so to track alerts, and you can get live results. John Wolmer 2019.jainvite.com. The next event on track will be the Class 3 boys 200 meters. So they're just exiting the tunnel for their event.
Now we have the start list for the boys class 3 200 meters, section 1 of 7 on the track. Here are the lane assignments. In lane 1, Dominique Brown, Calabar. Lane 2, Malik Caridis, Bear Technical. Lane 3, Shavar Bernard, Mouchette. Lane 4, Malik Graham, Wolmers. Lane 5, Patrick Bassel, York Castle. Lane 6, Dean Samuels from Technical. Lane 7, Jordan Mowat, Kingston College. And lane 8, Lejon Bailey of Monroe College. So that is the section 1 of 7 for the class 3 boys 200 meter dash. Calabar, Vertec, Mouchette, Wolmer's boys, York Castle from Technical, Kingston College and Monroe College in this first section, section 1 of 7. So we wait for them to start. Any minute now, any second now, because they're going on their mark.
So this is section 1 of 7, the boys class 3 200 meters. They were asked to stand up, but now they're back on their marks.
About their business here. First section
off their way in section 1 of 7, the boys class 3 200 meters. A very good run by Jordan Mowat of Kingston College. So coming around the bend, it's now actually Brown of Calabar High School. But look at the run from Malik Graham of Wolmer's. But look at Malik Curtis of very technical, but it seems Malik Graham of Wolmer's boys might have taken it.
Wind 1.7 meters per second, that's 1.7, positive 1.7 meters per second, the wind speed for section 1.
Positive 1.7 meters per second for that.
So as we wait for the time results from section 1, we see section 2 on the track. So we have the lane assignments for section 2. In lane 1, Javorn Dunkley, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 2, Adante Morgan, Lacovia High. Lane 3, Josiah James, Excelsior. Lane 4, Ryan Amos, Donald Quarry. Lane 5, Jaden Mohan, Wolmer's. Lane 6, Michael Salt, Wolmer's. Lane 7, Robino Coleman, Bustamante. And lane 8, Tevin Smith of York Castle.
So the athletes in section 2 of 7, their marks, they're getting ready. And off and running they go here, section 2 of 7, the boys class 3 200 meters. A very good run by Michael Soft of Wolmer's. So coming around the bend is also from Excelsior, Isaiah James in lane number 3. Look at Isaiah James in lane 3. And it's a battle between Moore and South for second place. And I think actually South might have gotten second place, but the winner no doubt is Josiah James of Excelsior. Positive 1.8 meters per second. And the flash time 23.82. And it is 23.82 for Josiah James of Excelsior. And just waiting or confirming, and it's actually Moore of Wolmer's 24.31, and then South gets third, also of Wolmer's 24.31 again. So just by a nose, Moore gets second from South, but the winner no doubt is Josiah James of Excelsior.
So on to section 3. In lane 1, Ovane Reed, Spot Valley. Lane 2, Naeem Austin, Papine High. Lane 3, Marquise Ellis, Bustamante. Lane 4, Deshaun Gray, Calabar. Lane 5, Sudian Duncan, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 6, Shema Blake, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 7, Jalen Oliphant, Wolmer's Boys. And lane 8, Nicoy Drummond, Donald Quarry.
Thank you, Daniel, for the lane announcements for section 3 of 7. This is the boys class 3 200 meters. Off and running goalkeeper for section 3 of 7, the boys class 3 200 meters. A very good start by Deshaun Gray of Calabar, but coming around the bend as well it is Wolmer's Jalen Oliphant. So it's a battle between Oliphant and Gray at the moment, and also coming behind is Nicoy Drummond, but at the moment it's Deshaun Gray of Calabar. But look at Jalen Oliphant tipped up the line, and it's gonna be a photo finish. The flash time 24.02. And I think Deshaun Gray might have gotten it from Jalen Oliphant, but we'll check to see. So we're just waiting to confirm, and it actually is Jalen Oliphant of Wolmer's Boys that gets it, 24.02. And then Deshaun Gray gets second place, 24.03. And then Drummond of Donald Quarry, 24.66. So that's the top 3 for section 3, the boys class 3 200 meters. Now for section 4.
So here are the lane assignments for section 4. In lane 1, Jaden Thomas Short of Wolmer's. Lane 2, Zachary Cox, Cornwall College. Lane 3, Nico Huntley, Bustamante. Lane 4, Demario Cross, York Castle. Lane 5, Simon Williams, Wolmer's. Lane 6, Darian Matisse, Lacovia. Lane 7, Michael Simpson, Bustamante. And lane 8, Mark Manley of Calabar High.
Away they go then for section 4. A good start here for Williams of Wolmer's as he takes the field around the curve. Zachary Cox of Cornwall College also running a blinding first 100 meters on the outside.
Mark Manley on the outside for Calabar there.
Now it's Manley of Calabar.
Cox of Cornwall on the inside. Mark Manley takes this one in 20.13 seconds of flash time. For Mark Manley of Calabar.
1.6 meters per second, that's positive 1.6 meters per second, 24.16.
Zachary Cox of Cornwall College gets second with 25.04 seconds. And Demario Cross of York Castle in third. So on to section 5. In lane 1, Nicardia Gray Clark, Wolmer's Boys. Lane 2, Omari Edwards, Donald Quarry. Lane 3, Jason Scott, Bustamante. Lane 4, Leandre Roberts, Meadowbrook. Lane 5, Orlando Wynn, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 6, Tyrese Chambers, Papine High. Lane 7, Jelani Houston, Wolmer's. Lane 8, Ashani Howard of St. George's College. That is section 5 of 7.
Lane 4,
For the class 3 boys, 200 meter dash.
Lane 6, Tyrese Chambers for team. Lane 7, Jelani Houston, Wolmer. And in lane 8, Shani Howard, St. George's College.
We have a false start. Athletes are made to stand up, so we'll see what comes of this. The official walking over to see what card he draws. And lane 4's Leandre Roberts of Meadowbrook is out. He got the red card. Orlando Winter of St. Elizabeth Technical off to a good start, coming out of the turn.
Of St. George's and then in lane 1, Gray of Wolmer.
Still Orlando Winter of St. Elizabeth Technical with St. George's Ashani Howard on the outside, trying to make a comeback, but it is Orlando Winter of St. Elizabeth Technical who wins section 5. A flash time of 24.21 seconds.
Positive 1.3 meters per second the wind speed.
Wind speed positive 1.3 meters per second.
At St. Elizabeth Technical, Howard, St. George's 24.41.
So, favorable wind conditions.
Calling for medal presentation, 200 meters women. First, Anastasia Leroy's Quintet, 23.28. Silver to Saranda Nanda of MVP, 23.72. And the bronze to Sharon Simpson of Quintet, 23.75. Calling 200 meters women for medal presentation.
So next up we have section 6 of 7 on the track. The lane assignments. In lane 2 we have Nathan Williams, Wolmer's boys. Lane 3 Conroy White, Wolmer's boys. Lane 4 Adre Jones, Mount St. Joseph. Lane 5 Nicholas White, Donald Quarry. Lane 6 Malik East, Arden. Lane 7 Mario Henry Calabar, and lane 8 Milton Gordon of Bustamante. So that's section 6 of 7, the penultimate section of the class 3 boys 200 meter dash here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest. Looks like Conroy White of Wolmer is having some issues there with his box, but we're good to go now.
Wavy Golden, section 6, a good start already for Calabar's Mario Henry.
Mario Henry out fast, blazing off the turn.
But into the straightaway
has a big lead. Mario Henry of Calabar leading.
Trying to push on the inside is Conroy White, but the pass is probably a bit too hard for him at the moment. It's a Mario Henry of Calabar.
Impressive running there. Fastest time so far, 23.12 seconds. Mario Henry of Calabar wins section 6 with the fastest time of the day for the Class 3 boys, 200 meters.
Positive 1.3 meters per second.
And that's rounded down to
Positive 1.3 meters per second.
23.11 seconds. For Mario Henry.
23.11 the time for Henry.
The fastest time so far.
Williams, 24. White.
So let's move on to the final section, section 7 of 7. Here are the lane assignments. Janoy Richards, Papine High in lane 1. Kemar Bennett, St. Elizabeth Technical in 2. John Ray, Wolmer's Boys in 3. Orlando Brown, Papine High in 4. Craig Prendergast, Calabar 5. Ronaldo Reed, Calabar 6. Jeffrey Henry, Mount St. Joseph in 7. And Mark Phillips of Wolmer's Boys School in 8. So that is the final section. And the fastest time so far we just saw by Omario Henry, 23.11 seconds. So let's see if we can get a faster time out of this final section, section 7 of 7, for the Class 3 boys 200 meter dash.
So the final section of the boys Class 3 200 meters. Off and running they go here in the final section of the boys Class 3 200 meters. And a look at Prendergast of Calabar coming around the search is actually Ronaldo Reed. And a look at Wolmer's Boys, one Ray. But look, it's no stopping Ronaldo Reed of Calabar. He comes to the line, 23.01 seconds. Positive 1.1 meters per second. 23.04 for Ronaldo Reed of Calabar. Fastest time in this class, Class 3, boys 200 meters.
Yes, he definitely beat the 23.11 seconds by Omario Henry in the previous heat. So we were looking to see if somebody would go faster, and he did. 23.01 seconds.
23.11 Mario Henry Calabar, and then the man from Excelsior, Josiah James, 23.82. Josiah James actually getting the third fastest, then Mario Henry of Calabar, and then the fastest time was run the last section that just concluded, and that was run by Ronaldo Reed of Calabar, and his time was confirmed at 23.04 seconds. So congratulations to Ronaldo Reed of Calabar. Fastest time in Class 3 boys 200 meters. Now on to Class 2.
Yes, event number 25 on the track, the boys Class 2 200 meter dash. We have 9 sections, and section 1 is on the track. So here are the lane assignments. In lane 1, Dante Francis of Very Technical. Lane 2, Elado Coltas Calabar. Lane 3, Dwayne Freckleton Mushet. Lane 4, Tajay Smith Wolmers. Lane 5, Jaheim Green Bustamante. Lane 6, Brian Roach Lacobia. Lane 7, Corey Waite Papine High. And lane 8, Alik Cranston St. Elizabeth Technical.
Coming around the bend at the moment, and that looks to be Elado Coltas of Calabar High School.
Roach will then cross the line.
But in fact, it is Brian Roach of Lacovia that wins it.
Positive 1.0 meters per second.
21.88 the flash time, and it's confirmed 21.91, and then Cranston second place 22.28, and then Coltas of Calabar 22.5. 2:45.
So on to section 2. In lane 1, Jawari Locke from Technical. Lane 2, Kevin Samuels Arden. Lane 3, Rashane Forbes Mouchette. Lane 4, Jordan Morgan Lacovia High. Lane 5, Luke Brown of Calabar. Lane 6, JC Reed of Mouchette. Lane 7, Jane Watson of Wolmer. And lane 8, Rondé Kelly of Bustamante. So that's section 2 of 9.
Lane 4,
Class 2
Jordan
boys, 200 meters.
Lane 5, Luke Brown, Calabar.
As we see also a lot of the athletes that ran the 100 meters dashes now in the 200 meters. You see the returning Alado Coaches of Calabar. Won his 100 meters, unable to win the 200 meters, came third in that one. But we see the return of Froome Technicals, Jawari Locke.
Yes, and they've had plenty of time to rest because we had that delay with the rain.
Right.
Now we're seeing the sun is out and the wind has calmed down, so more favorable. We're seeing more favorable conditions going into the afternoon session.
So the boys class 2, 200 meters. Locke, Samuels, Forbes, Morgan, Brown, Reed, Watson, Kelly. Obvious false start there. Seems to be Forbes of Mouchette.
Stop, athlete, stop. And they don't intend to stop. Wolmer, stop.
And Wolmer's, and it's the Jane Watson.
Jane Watson did not hear the call and stop the race. He ran straight through the entire way.
So let's hope there are not any, or there aren't any mishaps in this one. So section 3 of 9, the boys class 2, 200 meters. So at the John Wolmer Speed Fest. The inaugural John Wolmer Speed Fest here at the National Stadium. So
lane 1,
they've gotten some word. So heat 2, that was stopped because of a false start by Rashane Forbes of Mouchette. They will run after heat 9, and they will rest those athletes for the last heat. Then they will move on. So it's heat number 3 at the moment. I'm sure they do some lane assignments, and I'm sure that Jane Watson of Wolmer's will be the one that mostly needs that rest because he just
off
and running they go here in section 3 of the boys class 2, 200 meters. A very, very good start by Adrian Campbell of Calabar. So coming around the bend at the moment is actually Jerome Campbell of Calabar, and he's in the lead. And look at the distance that he has between him and the crowd, not to be outdone by Calvin Peter of Jamaica College, but it is Jerome Campbell. 22.41 seconds, the flash time for Jerome Campbell of Calabar. And then in second, that's Peter Calvin of Jamaica College, 22.39 for Jerome Campbell, and then Calvin of Wolmer's, 23.68, and then Bell, 24.21. He's from Mouchette in third place. So
very smooth and easy run there for Jerome Campbell of Calabar to win that section. So on to section 4.
Lane 3.
We're now on the track in lane 1, Garth McDermott, Calabar. Lane 2, Road Dukan, Bustamante. Lane 3, Ronaldo Taylor, Papine High. Lane 4, Ian Grant, Spot Valley. Lane 5, Horatio Brown, Calabar. Lane 6, Vijay Brahma, Mushette. Lane 7, Antoine Robinson, Lacovia High. And lane 8, Wavell Morris from Technical. So that's section 4 of 9. On the track, the class 2 boys, 200 meters.
So clean your way full field for section 4, class 2 boys, 200 meters. So Anton Robinson of Lacovia on the inside, that looks to be McDermott of Calabar. In the center, Horatio Brown of Calabar. So McDermott of Calabar on the outside is Robinson of Lacovia. 23.17, and that goes to Robinson of Lacovia.
Antoine Robinson.
Number 4, 23.17.
He had a really good finish to pass Garth McDermott of Calabar, who had a blistering start. He came off the curb way ahead of everyone and lost it just in the final few meters.
So
Antoine Robinson of Lacovia High.
Speed for heat number 4. Again, the winning time, Antoine Robinson of Lacovia, 23.17. So the fastest time coming from heat 1, that's the fastest time so far, 21.91 to Brian Roach of Lacovia. Heat number 5
to section 5. Lane 1,
Lane 2,
Raheem Stewart,
Richards,
Excelsior. Lane 3, Rashawn Richards, Calabar. Lane 3, Richard Miller, Bustamante. Lane 4, Jelani Gordon, Wolmer. Lane 5, Rashid McLeod, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 6, Nicolai Brown, Calabar. Lane 7, Malizi Ormsby, Donald Quarry. And lane 8, Nathan Marks, Wolmer's Boys.
Lane 8, Nathan Marks, Wolmer's.
So, section 5 of 9, the boys class 2, 200 meters, lane assignments announced. See the likes of Excelsior, Calabar, Bustamante, Wolmer, Stets, Calabar again, Donald Quarry and Wolmer. So Calabar again with multiple athletes as well as Wolmer's boys. So Wolmer's boys has 2 athletes, Calabar has 2 athletes. Off and running, they go here at section 5 of 9, the boys class 2, 200 meters. Coming around the bend, that seems to be Jelani Gordon of Wolmer's. So with about 80 meters to go, it's Jelani Gordon of Wolmer's, and the crowd is cheering him on. So Jelani Gordon, Wolmer's boys, gets it, flash time 22.14. That is confirmed time 22.11, the time for Jelani Gordon of Wolmer's. McLeod gets second place.
So positive 0.9 meters per second, the wind speed there for heat number 5. The winning time to Jelani Gordon of Wolmer's, 22.11. Heat number 6 on track now. Lane 1 has Donovan Wilson, Scott Valley. Lane 2, Carpenter, Calabar.
So section 6 on the track. In lane 1, Donovan Wilson, Scott Valley. Lane 2, Henry Calabar. Lane 3, Joel Lindo from Technical. Lane 4, Stephen Rankin from St. Joseph. Lane 5, David Thomas Calabar. Lane 6, Lenroy Dunkley Mona. Lane 7, Chad Beckford Mushette. And lane 8, Leon Chung of Mona. So section 6 of 9.
So, section 6 of 9, the boys class 2, 200 meters. As we see the athletes getting ready.
So heat number 6 on the
Off
way.
and running they go here in section 6 of 9, the boys class 2, 200 meters. David Thomas of Calabar coming around the bend in the lead. So it's David Thomas of Calabar in the lead at the moment, but he's being challenged by his teammate Garth Henry. But it will be David Thomas of Calabar that passes the line, eases down on the line. Flash time 23.31. And it's being confirmed.
So positive 1.8 meters per second, the wind speed
23.33 for David Thomas, and then Henry 23.50.
So on to section 7 of 9. Joel in lane 1, Joel Ranglin, Lacovia. Lane 2, Jaden Book of Calabar. Lane 3, Sandra Davidson, St. Catherine. Lane 4, Giovanni Samuel Mona. Lane 5, Warren Smith, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 6, Raheem Knight, St. George's College. Lane 7, Rickwan Graham, Wolmer's Boys. And lane 8, Javon Newby of Kingston College.
Rickwan Graham, Wolmer's. Lane 8, Javon Newby.
That was the lane assignments for section 7 of 9. The boys class 2, 200 meters. And don't forget, section 2 will be announced again. And they will run again. Announced again, and off they go here in the boys class 2, 200 meters, section 7 of 9. Coming around the bend at the moment, and it seems to be Wolmer's Boys, and that is Graham. But look at lane number 3, Davidson of St. Catherine. But Raquan Harrison, Raquan Graham, I should say, of Wolmer's Boys gets that win, 22.15 the flash time. And 22.17 it's been rounded up to. So Graham the win, Davidson gets a second, 22.57, and then Ranglin third, 22.72.
To the long jump area, seniors male and female to the long jump area.
Raquan Graham there on the ground, recovering from that fast run there. So we move on to section 8. In lane 2 we have David Lynch of Calabar. Lane 3, Jaheim Ferguson, Donald Quarry. Lane 4, Jaheim Henry, Wolmer's Boys. Lane 5, Jordan Jarrett, Mona High. Lane 6, Chadwin Gray, Calabar.
Heat number 8 will take the cut now, David Lynch Calabar in lane 2. Lane 3, Jaheen Ferguson, Donald Quarry.
Lanes 2 to 6 occupied for this section, section 8.
Lane 4, Jaheen Henry of Wolmer. Lane 5, Jordan Darren.
Off they are indeed, coming around the bend, a fast bend by David Lynch of Calabar. And coming to the home stretch for heat number 8, the penultimate heat of the boys class 2, 200 meters. And look at the distance created by David Lynch of Calabar. So David Lynch, and he's being tested in second place. It's close between Gray of Calabar and Jarrett of Mona, but no doubt the winner, David Lynch of Calabar. Flash time, now it's confirmed, 24.25. And then Gray of Calabar second, 24.32. And then Jarrett Gordon of Mona gets third place.
Still coming from heat 1, 21.91, Brian Roach of Blackcovia. 2 more heats to go. This is heat number 9. Then we'll see the rerun of heat number 2.
Heat number 9 on the track, and we will have the rerun of section 2 afterwards. So here are the lane assignments for section 9. In lane 2 we have Ricardo Watson, Donald Quarry. Lane 3, Jabel Fullerton, Calabar. Lane 4, Jardine Morrison, Mouchette. Lane 5, Lansford Burke, Wolmers. Lane 6, Andre Carter, Mona. And lane 7, Daniel Edwards of Donald Quarry. So that's section 9 of 9, but we will have that rerun of section 2 to come afterwards.
On their way here, section 9 of 9 for the boys class 2, 200 meters. In lane 2, that's Fullerton, actually lane 3, Fullerton of Calabar. So it is right now Javel Fullerton of Calabar. He will win this one, easy does it, 22.72 the flash time. And then second, Daniel Edwards of Donald Quarry, 22.72 the flash time. And now 22.72 has been confirmed for Calabar. And then Edwards of Donald Quarry, 23.91. And then Morrison of Mouchette gets third place. So that's the top 3 for section 9 of 9. Now we'll have section 2.
So positive 0.6.
That was stopped prematurely. And now they will run again.
So the athletes from heat number 2 are on track.
We will have the athletes who ran in section 2 earlier. They were stopped, coming back now. So in lane 1, Jawari Locke from technical. Lane 2, Kevin Samuels, Arden. Lane 3, Rashane Forbes, Mouchette. Lane 4, Jordan Morgan, Lacovia. Lane 5, Luke Brown, Calabar. Lane 6, JC Reed, Mouchette. Lane 7, Jane Watson, Wolmers. And lane 8,
off and running they go here in the last heat, even though it's not technically the last heat, but it's heat number 2 of the boys class 2, 200 meters. And now it's Calabar's Luke Brown. And so Calabar's Luke Brown in the lead. And Luke Brown of Calabar High School wins it, 22.24 the flash time.
Okay, so that concludes the class 2 boys 200 meters and event number 25. So we move on to event number 26, the class 1 boys 200 meter dash. So we have the big boys, time for the big boys right now. So 6 sections. We have 6 sections, and section 1 is on the track. So in lane 1, we have Niall McLemont, Calabar. Lane 2, Tyreek Butner, Monroe. Lane 3, Jonathan Morris, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 4, Nicholas Campbell, York Castle. Lane 5, Rasheem Williams of Wolmer's. Lane 6, Justin McLeod of Donald Quarry. Lane 7, Sean Thomas of Veer Technical. And lane 8, Justin Emmanuel of Papine High. So that's section 1 of 6 for the Class 1 boys 200-meter dash. Expecting some fast and competitive action. We have Calabar bringing out all their top guns, minus Christopher Taylor, of course. Oblique Seville making another appearance. Chavoy Reed, Elikio Scott, and Xavier Nairn for Wolmer's to come as well. Section 1 off and running.
Off and running they go. And coming around the bend, that is Butner of Monroe College. Tyreek Butner running, but look at the rest of the field. Look at lane 1 and it's Lima Climate. And Tyreek Butner will hold on from Monroe. 22.28 for Tyreek Butner, and then McClymont of Calabar 22.39, and then Emmanuel third 22.50. He's from Papine High. He gets third place. So exciting run from Tyreek Butner of Monroe. He claims a victory in that event.
So on to section 2. In lane 1, Sharif Campbell, Monroe. Lane 2, Chevon Miles, Donald Quarry. Lane 3, Benjamin Phillips, Wolmer's. Lane 4, Jeremy Smith, Veer Technical. Lane 5, Brandon Heath, Calabar. Lane 6, Dajon Murray, Calabar. Lane 7, Brian Wright, St. Elizabeth Technical. And lane 8, Vishawn Gale of Wolmer's. So that's section 2 of 6 for the Class 1 boys 200-meter dash. Quick start for Brandon Heath of Calabar. He's running well, coming off the turn leading. Brandon Heath of Calabar. Way ahead of the field. 21:75 the flash time for Brandon Heath of Calabar. It was really a battle for second for the rest of the runners. And Brian Wright of St. Elizabeth Technical snuck up to get second. So on to section 3. In lane 1, Tajay Murchison, unattached. Lane 2, Conroy Jones, St. Elizabeth Technical. Lane 3, Nassif Brooks, Veer Technical. Lane 4, Antonio Phillips, Calabar. Lane 5, Rashawn Young, Calabar. Lane 6, Taj Green, Papine. Lane 7, Xavier Nairn, Wolmer's. And lane 8, Omar Brown, York Castle. Xavier Nairn in 7 for Wolmer's, off to a good start, and Rashawn Young in 5 for Calabar. So Nairn and Young. Conroy Jones of St. Elizabeth Technical on the inside trying to make a move, but it's still Xavier Nairn of Wolmer's, and he wins it in 21.53 seconds. The flash time for Xavier Nairn of Wolmer's. The wind speed negative 0.9 meters per second. There, the official time 21.52 seconds for Xavier Nairn of Wolmer's. And Conroy Jones of St. Elizabeth Technical gets second. So that is the fastest time so far, 21.52 seconds. So on to section 4. In lane 1, Jamoy Clark, Vauxhall High. Lane 2, Chavoy Reed, Calabar. Lane 3, Kyle Sanderson, Wolmer's. Lane 4, Waylon Williams, York Castle. Lane 5, Everton Dennis, Calabar. Lane 6, Keno Johnson, unattached. Lane 7, Kevin Goldson, Papine. And lane 8, Kirk Freighter, Wolmer's boys.
So section 4 of 6, the boys class 1, 200 meters. Athletes getting ready. The time to beat in this event, 21.52, set by Xavier Nairn of Wolmer's boys. And off they go for section 4 of 60 boys class 1, 200 meters. Coming around the bend, that seems to be Chavoy Reed of Calabar, and he is in the lead, and his counterpart Everton Dennis is right behind him. So Everton Dennis tried to catch up, but it will be Chavoy Reed of Calabar wins this one. Flash time 21.69 seconds. And Everton Dennis will claim second place, but Reed with a confirmed time 21.70, Dennis 22.23, and then Golson 22.61 from Papine High. And now for the penultimate section, the boys class 1, 200 meters.
Thank you, Chris. So section 5 on the track, and we'll start in lane 3 with Elikio Scott of Kingston College. Lane 4, Kashif Dawkins, Calabar. Lane 5, Ramon Williams, Calabar. Lane 6, Blaine Buckle, York Castle. And lane 7, Kalanji Grant of St. George's College. So that's section 5 of 6. The class 1 boys, 200 meters.
So the lane assignments for the penultimate leg, or the penultimate section, I should say, of the boys class 2, 200, class 1, 200 meters. Still the time to beat Xavier Nairn's 21.52 seconds. So section 5 of 6, the boys class 1, 200 meters. Only 5 athletes in this event. No athlete in lane 1, 2, or 8. Just lane 3 to 7. And off and running they go here for the penultimate section of the boys class 1, 200 meters. Coming around the bend, and it's a battle between York Castle and St. George's College, but in lane number 4, that is Dawkins of Calabar. And look at Kaji Grant and trying to come forward, Lika Scott, but it will be Kashif Dawkins of Calabar that wins it. 21.97 the flash time, and Dawkins rounded up to 21.98, and then Calabar's, then Kingston College's Alicia Scott 22.02. Seems to be Buckle in third from York Castle. That rounds up top 3, and now for the final section, the boys class 1, 200 meters.
Thank you, Chris. So we're on to the final section, section 6. In lane 1, Levante Williams, Vauxhall High. Lane 2, Oblique Seville, Calabar. Lane 3, Lafay Collins, Mouchette. Lane 4, Kevin McPherson, Kingston College. Lane 5, Janoy Evans, Bustamante. Lane 6, Chadwick Stewart, Calabar. Lane 7, Micah Brown, Unattached. And lane 8, Stephen Hill, Mona High. So Oblique Seville, he ran 10:46 earlier to win the 100 meters for Class 1 boys. And he's back now for this final section. And Chadwick Stewart also ran a pretty good time as well. So let's see what they'll do in this final section of the Class 1 boys 200 meters. The man to watch, Oblique Seville in lane 2 of Calabar.
Medal presentation for the senior women and the senior
and the athletes in the final section just getting themselves ready. For the boys class 1 200 meters, still the time to beat.
We just had a false start, so we'll see if any of the athletes get penalized for that. We have to leave. Seems to be lane 1.
And that is Levante Williams of Vauxhall. So he is out. And there are now 7 athletes left in this race. As I said, still the time to beat. Xavier Nairn of Wolmer's boys. He set a time of 21.52. So they will be sent off again. Sent about the second and last time of action. Section 6 of the boys class 1 200 meters coming around the bend. It's a battle. And Kevin McPherson of Kingston College going, but he has to get back. Now it's Oblique Seville of Calabar. So Oblique Seville wins 100, wins 200, 21.31. And flash time, the fastest. And it's rounded down to 21.30. So he has the fastest time in the 100 and now has the fastest time in the 200. So very impressive from Oblique Seville of Calabar with a time of 21.30.
What a way to conclude the Class 1 boys 200 meters. Another fast time from Oblique Seville. We saw him winning the 100 meters earlier and he came back and won the 200 meters. So he's looking good, in fine form going into boys and girls champs.
Right.
So that
Oblique
would be
Seville 10-4 in the 100. Now 21-3 in the 200. So very impressive work there by Oblique Seville. And completed the double here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest here at the National Stadium. And now for the senior men's 200 meters.
So as we wait for the first section to go on the way, we'll see Nesta Carter and Everton Clark, Chris Jr. Coleman, Mazino Barrett, Kadrian Golson and Chadwick Hines in this first section. It looks like they're just about ready. The athletes going on their mark.
And the men's 200 meters. And coming around the bend. And it seems to be Everton Clark of Sprint Tech. And it is Everton Clark of Sprint Tech, but look at Chadwick Hines. And it's between the two, and I think Chadwick Hines of Sprint Tech actually got it. The first time, 21.01 seconds. Negative 0.7 meters per second, 21.01. And then Clark, 21.05. And then Nesta Carter, 21.30 in third place.
So on to section 2. In lane 1, Matthew Howell, MVP. Lane 2, Siobhan Richards unattached. Lane 3, Colby Jennings, GC Foster. Lane 4, Timar Wilson Racers. Lane 5, Andrew Fisher Sprint Tech. Lane 6, Makish Compton, GC Foster. Lane 7, Ashani Smith Racers. And lane 8, Antonia Horton, also from Racers Track Club. So that is section 2 of 5. Senior men's 200 meters. 21.01 by Chadwick Hines. Fastest time so far. So that's the time to beat from the first section.
And look at one Andrew Fisher of Sprint Tech. First time of asking. Gone very, very well is Andrew Fisher coming around the bend. So about 100 meters to go. It is Andrew Fisher at the moment from Sprint Tech at GC Foster College's Kobe Jennings. But it is Andrew Fisher of Sprint Tech. He comes to the line, dips. And the time 20.07. 20.97, I should say. The flash time. And rode it down to 20.96, and Smith second, 21.39, and then Jennings 21.56.
So that is the fastest time so far for Andrew Fisher, now representing Bahrain. 20.96 seconds. So as we see section 3 on the track, and in lane 1 we have Michael O'Hara of Racers. Lane 2, Ramon Barneswell MVP. Lane 3, Paul Henry Michael. Lane 4, Othniel Scott unattached. Lane 5, Deshaun Mighty MVP. Lane 6, Romain Haffenden GC Foster. Lane 7, Chad Jones unattached. And lane 8, Sheldon Mitchell of GC Foster.
Men's 200 meters. The fastest time recorded in the previous heat, 20.96 seconds by Andrew Fisher. Will that time be better? Let's wait and see. The lane final time for section 3. In lane 1, personal best 20.45 seconds.
So Michael O'Hara in lane 1 of this section.
Lane 2, representing MVP Track Club, Ramon Barneswell. Lane 3, representing Michael.
So we have O'Hara in 1, Barneswell in 2, Henry in 3, Scott in 4, Mighty in 5, Haffenden in 6, Jones in 7, and Mitchell in 8.
Romain Haffenden. Lane 7, running unattached, Chad Jones. And rounding out the field, representing GC Foster College in lane 8, Shelly-ann Mitchell.
So we'll get on our way with section 3 of 5 as the athletes take their marks.
So, section 3 of 5, the men's 200 meters. And off and running they go here at section 3 of the men's 200 meters. Coming around the bend, and it seems to be lane number 8. That is Shelly-ann Mitchell of GC Foster College. And look at Michael O'Hara. He moves into second and trying to battle Mitchell of GC Foster College, but he won't. He gets the win. GC Foster College's Shelly-ann Mitchell with a time of 21:35, the flash time, and then rounded down or rounded up to 21.37, and Michael O'Hara gets second, 21.61, and then Paul Henry of Michael gets third.
Shelly-ann Mitchell of GC Foster taking section 3. So we move on to section 4 of 5. And we'll start with lane 2, Tony Horton of UTEC. Lane 3, Leonardo Stewart of UTEC. Lane 4, Anthony Carpenter of Akon. Lane 5, Joseph Ramey, MVP. Lane 6, Jabari McPherson Vision Track Club. Lane 7, Wante Boyd, UTEC. And lane 8, Danielson Mahatier of MVP. So Andrew Fisher's 20.95 still the fastest, 9.6 still the fastest time of the day.
Lane 5 from MVP, Joseph Ramey. Lane 6 from Vision Track, Jabari McPherson. Lane 7 from UTEC, Wante Boyd. In lane 8 from MVP Track Club, Danielson Mahatier.
So section 4 of 5 getting ready to go.
So the penultimate section of the men's 200 meters. And off and running they go. First time of asking here in lane 5. We see Joseph Ramey of MVP coming around the bend. It seems to be Anthony Carpenter of Akon Track Club. And it is Anthony Carpenter of Akon Track Club from Ramey of MVP. So it will be Anthony Carpenter, 20.97. 20.97 the flash time for Carpenter, 20.99. And we can tell you that's the second fastest time for the 200 meters for men. And then Mahatier in second. And that rounds up the top two.
Nice and easy there for Anthony Carpenter of Akon Track Club, posting the second fastest time in the event so far.
Formerly of Calabar as well.
20.99 seconds. And we move to section 5 of 5, and we see Miguel Francis of Great Britain competing for racers in lane 7. So we'll start with the lane assignments from lane 2, Keyshawn Thomas of GC Foster. Matthew Tapper in lane 3, QPC Sports. In lane 4, Samuel Smith, UTEC. In lane 5, Shamar Chambers, unattached. Lane 6, Jamari Rose, Akon. In lane 7, Miguel Francis, Racers. And in lane 8, Wayne McPherson, Akon Track Club. So this is the final section. We'll see very fast Miguel Francis, that represents Great Britain and Racers Track Club. running out of lane 7.
Final section of the 200 meters for men. In lane 2,
See if we can get a faster time. Fastest time still Andrew Fisher's 20.95 seconds.
And so the final section, away they go. Final section of the men's 200 meter. Good start from Miguel Francis, the Great Britain representative, and coming around the bend, easy as they like for Miguel Francis. And look at the distance he's creating. Not to be outdone by Jamari Rose of Acre Track Club, but it will be all Miguel Francis. And it's the fastest time recorded, 20.44, the flash time. And he finishes ahead of Jamari Rose, points to his little chair section, 20.42. And Rose second, 21.14, and 21.73 for Chambers. So that has been confirmed as the fastest time in this event. And it's the final section of that event, 20.44. for Miguel Francis of Racers Track Club.
As we expect from a sub-20 runner early in the season, 20.42 seconds for Miguel Francis to win the men's 200 meters. So that concludes the 200 meters. So we've had the sprint hurdles, the 100 meters, the 200 meters. So we'll have the 400 and the 400 hurdles coming up next on track at the John Wolmer Speed Fest here at the National Stadium in Kingston, Jamaica.
You see Shelly-ann Fraser just warming up, and we know that she will be contesting the 400 meters today here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest at the National Stadium. As we know that Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce, who hails from Waterhouse, this is actually our alma mater. Women's Girls is our alma mater. And ran for them at the Boys and Girls Championships, and now a double Olympic champion in 100. Has a personal best of 10.70. And is a mother now and will be looking to get back to her best.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, as we continue our coverage here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest, right here at the National Stadium. Pretty cool conditions here. Not many competitors as spectators alike in the stands. Of course, a number of the schools might have taken a break after last week's Gibson relays, and they're getting ready now for the corporate area champs, which will be coming up later on in the month, next weekend. So for now, let's see what we have on the offing. On the track now, it's the women's 400 meters. And guess who we have in the lineup? In lane 1, Samantha James. In lane 2, I beg your pardon, Samantha James of Vision Track Club. In lane 3, Mrs. Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce, MVP. Lane 4, Cheyenne Salmon, GC Foster. Although I don't see Miss Salmon at the moment. In lane 5, it's Samantha Curtis, swept track. In lane 6, Nikita Tracy, swept track. And out in lane 7, Okelia Buchanan of UWI Mona. So that's how they line up. Yes, Cheyenne Salmon has now taken her position. World Junior Champion, silver medalist at 400 meter hurdles. Of course, the screams you're hearing in the background was because of the stadium announcer's introduction of Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce. Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce, of course, a past student of Wolmer's. And the Wolmer's students alike and past students will be cheering her on. So this is in fact one of 3 events or 3 heats in the women's 400 meters. As the women's 400 meter dash represents the final set of races to be run here. We'll have the men's coming up and then the school boys and girls. And the curtain will come down on this week's meet. So, let's see what kind of shape. We saw Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce running 60 meters and she ran some relays at the Western Relays, although it was held at GC Foster. And the Queen's Invitational, she ran a 60 meters dash, which she won. So she's taking on a longer event. And most of these sprinters always hate this event with a passion. Even though Usain Bolt made a name for himself at high school running 400 meters, when he became a sprinter, he loathed the event tremendously. Let's see what Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce has to offer. She's running in lane number 3. Nikita Tracy, swept track club in lane 6. Should be given some attention. And they're off and running. Very fast start for Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce. And also on the outside looking quite relaxed is Buchanan of UWI Mona. But Cheyenne Salmon looks the most impressive at the moment. Trying to pull Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce with her. But Cheyenne Salmon, more popularly known for exploits over 400 meters hurdles. But she's looking pretty relaxed and composed at the moment. Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce trying to stay with the more seasoned campaigners. But it's all about Nikita Tracy at the moment. Cheyenne Salmon also running well. And Fraser Pryce not doing too badly for a short sprinter. So as they now transition into the straight, it's Cheyenne Salmon of GC Foster College. Fraser Pryce is still trying to stay with them. Also Nikita Tracy, but it's Cheyenne Salmon looks the most impressive as she's cruising away from the field. And she will not be caught anytime today. Cheyenne Salmon steps away from the pack and she wins in 53.18. Nikita Tracy, but Okelia Buchanan looked to finish quickly to get second position. And of course, the lactic acid worked on Shelly-ann Fraser Pryce, and she was relegated to 4th place. But not a bad effort there from her. So 53.22 given there for the winner for GC Foster College, Cheyenne Salmon. formerly Heidel and Salmon, now plying her trade, quote unquote, at G.C. Foster College. So section 2 will be coming up in a short while, and we'll give you the lane assignments as soon as it is ready. Of course, I do see Elaine Thompson. Well, she's in this heat, but she wasn't listed here. But she's managed to get a lane for herself, and she possibly she's actually got a lane because Janieve Russel is in lane 5. So a little bit of mix up in the lanes here, because based on what we have assigned them to, the athletes would be a little bit confused because Anthony Strawn was drawn for lane 5 and Janieve Russel is in her lane because of Elaine Thompson's entry. So somebody will have to go into lane 1, which they might not necessarily want to do. So a little bit of confusion here going on because of Elaine Thompson's apparently late entry, or maybe corrected entry. She's gone into lane 4, which was originally assigned to Janieve Russel, the 400-meter hurdler for Jamaica. And now Anthony Strawn, who was assigned to lane 5, is asking the starters, so where should I go? It means somebody will have to go out in lane 7. And if you don't have to go to 7, then you don't have to. Of course, Bruce James, the meet organizer, will have a little quandary on his hand here because he may have to assign someone to the outside lane. And of course, none of these athletes want to go into lane 1 or lane number 7. So, athletes being asked to warm up as the meet organizer tries to get some clarity as to the proper on the official lane assignment. So, the John Wolmer meet being held up momentarily. Meet director Mr. Bruce James is on his phone. Well, he's actually on 2 phones, chatting frantically, obviously trying to sort out the lane assignment. As in case you're just joining us for the first time, welcome to Stride Vision Television's coverage, wherever you may be in the world, right here at Kingston's National Stadium of the John Wolmer Speed Fest. Of course, the track season for both high school and clubs and colleges, sharpening and fine-tuning their skills, athletic skills. But the officials still in a quandary as to what to do, as to who to assign where. As I said, Bruce James chatting on 2 phones. People will say that's a sign of prosperity, but that's not what they're thinking about right now. And there's Asafa Powell coming in your screen there in the foreground. He'll be trying something in the 400 meters. As I did say, a number of these top sprinters tend to loathe the 400 meters, but it's a part of their development and their training process. Of course, Asafa Powell fresh from exchanging nuptial vows. Let's see what kind of shape he is in after some other activities, I would imagine. And Daniel Dow is smiling. I don't know why Daniel is smiling like that. But still some confusion. Elaine Thompson, the Olympic double champion, over 100 and 200 meters, is standing behind her blocks in lane 4. But based on the original lane assignment that we possess, does not have her there. So let's see. Athletes holding their ground. Looks as if they've sorted something out here now. Well, I guess they've sorted it out now. Okay, so we're good to go now. And it has now finally been sorted out. Antonique Strawn, we're looking at there in lane number 6. And in lane number 7, in Swept Track Club, is Vanessa Crooks. Janieve Russel is in lane 5. And in lane 4, we have Elaine Thompson. Shamira Williams of MVPs in lane 3. And in lane 2, it's Anika Walker. Athletes following the starters' orders, and they've now gotten on their mark. This is the second section of the 400 meters for women, and they're off and running. And everybody taking their time at the moment. Janieve Russel would have the best credentials and most experience over this event, and she's running very well so far, so she's already gone past the athlete before her. So Tanika Walker in lane number 2 is also looking very impressive at the moment, but Janieve Russel, Elaine Thompson not in the pictures yet, but Janieve Russel, Vanessa Crooks giving it a good challenge as well. But so far, based on the stagger, it looks like Janieve Russel, Elaine Thompson having some challenges here, and she's left behind at the moment. But it's all about Janieve Russel into the straightaway. She has for company Vanessa Crooks, but it's all about Janieve Russel at the moment, and she's really pulling away from the pack. Antonique Strawn also finishing strongly in third position, but it's all about Janieve Russel, 53.25 the flash time. Vanessa Crooks is second, and third will be Antonique Williams, a very outstanding athlete at the junior level, but has not really made the transition due to a plethora of injuries, but she has done pretty well. Needless to say, Elaine Thompson really found it going a little bit tough to handle here going over 400 meters, but it's all a part of the development. And she has finished the race on 2 legs, albeit bending over in some form of discomfort. I guess the lactic acid really building up there, but that's how it goes at this level. So that's it for section 2, and then the final section for the girls will come up in a short while. I'll give you the lane assignment in just a while.
So the final heat coming up now for the senior women.
The conditions are not hardly windy and certainly not hot by any means. The afternoon is pretty cool caused by a shower of rain earlier on today, and it certainly cooled things down and made conditions pretty comfortable for the athletes. So let's see what the lane assignment looks like now. So this is what we have here in lane number 2.
Lane assignments then for section 3.
So Candice UTEC is in lane 2. In lane 3, Ashanti Carr, UTEC. In lane 4, Sarah Francis of Wolmer's. And out in lane number 5, Tichelle Fulcott of University of Technology. Whereas the young men are standing by to take their lanes shortly afterwards. Again, there's still a little bit of confusion again. And Bruce James, the meet organizer, again having to revert to a telephone call to sort out the lane assignments. So there's a problem now with Sarah Francis in lane 4. I don't see anyone in lane 5 at the moment, but apparently Miss Francis is not supposed to be in lane 4, is it? Well, that's a little bit confusing on the athletes. They're not sure what is supposed to happen. So Bruce James, working overtime, himself a former athlete for Wolmer's, and of course started his professional career in banking and then became known as a television analyst. And since then he has gone into track and field management and is now the president, and he has been a long-standing president of the Maximizing Velocity and Power Track Club, MVP Track Club. And of course, past student of Wolmer's. He's been a main organizer of this meet. Always professionally run. It's a little bit easier, though, you would admit, because not many schools are here. It's a little bit easier to manipulate or to manage, for want of a better word. But the 400s will represent the final events here at the John Wolmer Speed Fest. Wolmer's boys won boys champs in 2010, celebrating the 100th anniversary of boys champs. This is after a long stretch, having won before that in 1956. So much so when they won in 2010, past students of Wolmer's who were around in 1956 heard that Wolmer's was leading and about to win champs, left their homes and journeyed down to Sabina Park, only to see an empty stadium, not realizing that champs had moved long to the national stadium. So the story goes. Anyway, we're back here in 2019. Many of these athletes have moved on from high school, have stepped up to the senior level, and the 400 is really part of their development. So many of these athletes more seasoned at the sprints. And they're being held there for a while now. Let's see. So it's official now. Candice Newman of UTEC is in lane 2. In lane 3, there's Ashanti Carr of UTEC as well. In lane 4, Sarah Francis, is she representing Wolmer's. In lane 6, Shell Fulcott. So lane 5 is vacant. And 4 athletes face the starter. In fact, 5 athletes. So Fulcott, Fulcott is away very quickly. Francis running pretty well in the middle of the track. But Fulcott looks very impressive. Francis looks pretty good. A long lead on the outside. It's about 250 to go. Sarah Francis on the inside. Fulcott. And Studderton inside now. Finishing hard. And on the inside, Studdard is really finishing hard. And she will overtake All and Sundry and will hit the line. So Candice Newman out in lane number 2. Brave run from her. And she wins in 58.11. Rounded up to 58.12. Candice Newman. So that ends the 400 meters for the ladies. Stride Vision fans, I'm sure you would have loved to have seen Danielle Dowie try a thing in the 400 meters, but she's still waiting to make her debut for the season. A good time to interview Danielle. Danielle, what's happening with your track and field career? Have you abandoned it for Stride Vision?
Not yet. No, I actually had a few niggles. I've had really injury-prone seasons for the past few seasons or so. So I was scheduled to compete at the Camperdown Classics earlier in February, and that didn't work out. So now I'm looking at maybe GC Foster in 2 weeks to run. I'll be hoping to run the 400 meters there and see what my training.
I did see your application leave for vacation.
Yes.
So from Stride Vision. So you'll be taking some leave from Stride Vision during that period, and certainly wish you all the best in that aspect of your career.
Thank you very much, Ian.
If that doesn't work, you're always welcome here at Stride Vision TV.
I know, so no pressure, just going out there to see what I can do with all the training that I've managed to do this season. And when the time comes, we'll see how that's paid off.
See. Okay, so the men's 400 meters now on track. The first one of 4. In lane 1, Nico Williams, Vision Track Club. In lane 2, from MVP Track Club, Asafa Powell. In lane 3, also representing MVP, Julian Fort. In lane 4, from MVP and formerly of St. Jago, Chad Walker. In lane 5, representing GC Foster, Akani Slater. In lane 6, also representing GC Foster, Malik Smith. In lane 7, from Racers Track Club, Terry Thomas. And out in lane 8, Roshane Dennis, all of Vision Track Club. So that's how it pans out for the 8 lanes.
In lane 5, from GC Foster College, competitor 271, Akani Slater. Lane 6, also from GC Foster College, 272's number, it's made way for Malik Smith. Lane 7, representing...
So Asafa Powell.
Competitor 560, Terry Thomas.
Will actually be
And in lane 8, representing Vision Track Club,
37 years old this year, in November. He's still at it. Usain Bolt has long since retired. But Asafa Powell, a former world record holder at 100 meters. A gold medalist.
The sub-10 king.
And the sub-10 king. Now, Mr. Asafa Powell, because of his acquisition.
Changed. He did not take her name.
No, he certainly didn't. But sometimes they say when a man gets married, he's now become a real man. And he's now a real man, Mr. Asafa Powell. He's first to stand up. That tells you how sharp he is. Julian Forth having quite a big laugh at this one. And 9.99 last Olympic Games, but he had to really cross that threshold of Olympic greatness, international greatness. At the World Junior, when he was an athlete at the World Junior level, was leading when he pulled up lane and finished last. And we've really wanted to see him do well since then. Anyway, this is the 400 meters, and this is a development meet for these gentlemen. So Nico Williams, Asafa Powell, Julian Ford, Chad Walker, Akana Slater, Malik Smith, Terry Thomas, Roshane Dennis. They're off and running. A very good start from Terry Thomas out in lane number 7. He's gone out very quickly. Julian Ford also looking pretty impressive. Asafa Powell just hobbling along at the back stretch at the moment. But Terry Thomas has really gone like a man possessed. Also joining up Akani Slater and Malik Smith, the GC Foster pair. So Terry Thomas is still leading. Does he have enough gas left in the tank to coast home as he gets ready for the straightaway? But it's still Terry Thomas in the turquoise top there, moving along. Terry Thomas, the GC Foster pair attacking him now, but it's still Terry Thomas holding on. Malik Smith and Akani Slater trying to get back at him, but Terry Thomas will not be caught here this afternoon. He's looking at the clock, 47.05. He'll be satisfied with that time. And the GC Foster pair will take second and third. And Mr. Asafa Powell finding the 400 meters a little bit challenging for him, and he finishes down the track. Daniel, you're smiling. Why?
I think it was the battle of the sprinters there from MVP. Asafa did not look like he wanted to win. Beat his other two training partners. So Julian Fort finishing first there for the MVP clan. And Terry Thomas winning the event. The section 1.
Yes, Daniel, the consummate diplomat you are.
It's always fun to watch sprinters run the quarter mile.
Of course, you can remember a couple of weeks ago when I spoke to Hughes, Zarnell Hughes, and he was saying, and I asked him, well, would you consider running the 400 meters? You remember what he said? Never, 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 and walked away. I almost insulted him when I said that. I even suggested that he could consider the 400 meters.
Okay, so
section 2 is now about to take place. And we have a full lineup as well. Lanes available. Jarvel Thomas of Vision Track Club is assigned to lane 1. Jaheel Hyde of MVPs in lane 2. Javon Minzy of MVP in lane 3. Delana Williams, MVP, is in lane 4. Keno Burrell, Racers Track Club in 5. In lane 6 we have Stavin Brown. He's running unattached. In lane 7, Devon Baker, University of Technology. And out in lane 8, Glenmore Beeks of MVP.
I think we might see time from the first section being beaten in this section.
Of course, Jaheel Hyde, formerly of Wolmer's.
He's been looking really good this season.
He's right behind Javon Minzy, formerly of Bogwalk. Of course, as you know, Bogwalk has had a name change, and they are now known as Enid Bennett High School out there in St. Catherine, Linstead, Bogwalk.
And Delana Williams, who represents Great Britain.
Yes, he actually ran for Monroe in his high school days. He's from Turks and Caicos to be exact, but he has made Jamaica his home. And sometimes you only can't help but wondering why he didn't choose Jamaica. He is playing his trade for Turks and Caicos while training here in Jamaica for the MVP Track Club. Devon Baker once held the record at boys champs in class 2 over 400 meters. That is no more because Christopher Taylor really obliterated that a couple years ago. But he has not really been able to make the transition to the senior level, but he's still trying a thing or two. Devon Baker out in lane number 7. So let's see what happens here now. And off they go. This is the second section of the men's 400 meter run. And let's see. Baker out in lane number 7. It's gone out very hard. And lane number 5, Keno Burrell is going with him. Delana Williams also up there. And look at Jaheel Hyde. He's also making some serious indentations on the athletes before him. But still, Baker and Burrell showing the early running. Hyde now beginning to go to work around the corner. He's working the curve. This is the final curve before they get to the straightaway now. And based on that stagger, it looks to be Hyde who has made up his move now, and he's gone past everybody. So it is Hyde, Jaheel Hyde. He's looking good, he's looking strong, and he's looking determined as he hits the tape in 46.73. That's a decent time. Good time by him. And Keno Burrell will be content and satisfied with second position, with Devon Baker in third. So 46.75 it is rounded up to. And Jaheel Hyde, who also plays football like his father, but opted to make track and field his stable career. Looking good. Daniel, your thoughts?
Well, he certainly got the crowd on their feet for that one, Jaheel Hyde. Went out really quick and managed himself well down the back straight away and started to make that move in the final turn, about the 150 mark or so, and cruised home nice and easy. A good opener there for him, 46.73.
Yes, that's not a bad opening run from the 400-meter hurdler. Jaheel Hyde, MVP. Of course, he's had some challenges with the various track clubs that he had attended after leaving Wolmer. He seems to have has found his place of comfort now at MVP.
Yes, that's a part of it. You have to find the right match for you. That's going to take you to the next level that you want to go to. And, you know, it's the beginning of a new relationship that seems to be working out so far. So we look to see how he progresses throughout the season.
Okay, so this third section is coming up now. The men's 400 meters. It's the John Wolmer Speed Fest right here at National Stadium. Ian Andrews working alongside Daniel Dowie, and of course you heard Christopher Scott. We're winding down this meet now, and we're looking at the third section. Here's a lane assignment. In lane 1, Stefan Peters of UTEC. In lane 2, Herbert Thomas, UTEC. In lane 3, Jalen Miller of MVP. In lane 4, Daniel Glave, GC Foster. In lane 5, Asheen Lewis, MVP. In lane 6, Nigel Ellis of MVP. In lane 7, Palito Green of UTEC. And in lane 8, Romario Turner also of UTEC. Bit of surprises here that we're seeing here. Nigel Ellis, good to see him back on the track. He has dominated the scene in the sprints as a schoolboy running for St. Elizabeth Technical a couple of years ago, but has basically gone into hibernation. Well, it's good to see him out since last year. And Thalita Green, who has been more noted for his exploits over 3,000 or 2,000 meters steeplechase and 1,500 meters now, going down to the 400. So let's see what he has to offer at this distance. Away they go, first time of asking, and they're all gone out pretty hard. And usually the outside lanes, Nigel Ellis is also gone out pretty hard. Does he have the stamina for this one? On the inside we see Jalen Miller also making a move. But Nigel Ellis is looking pretty impressive at the moment. He did things in the 200 meters, but also Turner is also running well. But Nigel Ellis looks very impressive. Jalen Miller is also running well in the yellow there for MVP. So as they get ready now for the straightaway, it is Miller. Herbert Thomas of UTEC, in fact, he's in lane number 2. Herbert Thomas has no equal in this event, and he looks very confident, he looks strong, and he looks triumphant, which he certainly is. 48:12, the flash time. It looks to be Daniel Glave and Nigel Ellis fighting out there for third position. No doubt about the winner, Daniel Herbert Thomas.
Yes, Herbert Thomas, he represented Monroe College at Boys Champs and started out running the 800 meters, now down to the 400 meters, and you see him opening up there with 48.12 seconds, a strong run. For the former 800 meter runner.
Not a bad effort though too as well from Nigel Ellis. Ellis 48.75, I think it is there. All right, so the final heat coming up. Final section of the men's 400. All right, here's section 4 now. Just coming up after this as well, there's going to be a special high school 400 meter race. But for now, here's a lane assignment. Dante Jeffrey, Excelsior. In lane 2, Robin Black, MVP. In lane 3, from UTEC, Andy Williams. In lane 4, Michael Bentley, MVP. Lane 5, Jean-Marc Smith, UWI. In lane 6, Orlando Green, unattached. In lane 7, Christoph Walters, UTEC. And out in lane 8, Antonio Rowe, representing Excelsior. Away they go. This is section 4. 400 meters. Christoph Walters of UTEC looking good on the outside. But on the inside, Andy Williams is running pretty well. And on the outside, Andy Williams of University of Technology is really making things look easy now as they move into the straightaway. Running out of lane number 3, Andy Williams of UTEC. He will take some catching here, and I don't think that's going to happen anytime this afternoon. He's really moving away from the field and he's stretching away. The battle is only on for second now. Andy Williams gets the win, 47.87 flash time. And in second position, John Mark Smith of UWI. So 47.87. It's now rounded up to 47.88. And so that's how it is. That completes the 400 meters for the seniors, or for the men. So we have a special high school event to come. The men have been completed, and now for the high school boys. Special one for that one. We'll see if we can get some lane assignments for that one. And it's a bit difficult to attain at the moment, but the number of Wolmer's athletes lining up for this one. Special 400 meters for high school boys as the meet winds down. Athletes been asked to stand behind their blocks, but we haven't gotten the lane assignment for this one as yet, but let's see.
Correction in lane 7, Daniel Rowe of Wolmer, and he gets the best start so far. So Rowe of Wolmer on the inside in lane 4, that's the Meylor Allen of Lacoga. Beside it, the man in lane 5, that's Ruta. So Allen of Lacoga pressing Rowe of Wolmer on the outside in lane 7. So the Meylor Allen of Lacoga, he leads based on the stagger. Trying to get back in this one is Shimon Ruta of Wolmer in lane 5. As they come into the straightaway, the man Allen is the one to be caught. The man from St. Elizabeth in the west, from Lacoga High, leading the US Circle athletes across here. And it's going to be Allen who's going to win it ahead of Smith of Wolmer's. And then Utah also of Wolmer's. 48.32 the flash time.
Okay, so there we have it, 48.32. The flash time there for Mr. Allen. And the young man defeating the Wolmer's crew, so to speak. As things cooling down now considerably. All right, so we're getting ready now for the final events. It's actually one event, but 3 sections. 400 meters hurdles. But just before we do that, it would be so nice to hear from a very popular young man. The whole entire crowd cheered vociferously when they heard from him. He's with us right now at the commentary point, Mr. Asafa Powell. I call you Mr. Asafa Powell now because of your nuptial vows that you exchanged recently. How is married life?
It's good. And I mean, there's a little difference, but not much, because I've been with her for a while, so everything is going smooth and nothing has changed.
Wonderful. You said it with such a sparkle in your eyes, and of course, rightly so. His wife is not too far off anyway, but you had some challenges in the 400 meters. You don't want to blame that on marriage, though.
No, man. I just wanted to blow up the system a little bit. I wasn't running to beat any time or run a personal best. I just wanted to go on the track and cross the finish line. And I have a lot of friends in the stands waiting to see some lactic acid build up, so I try to avoid that as much as possible.
What are your goals for track and field this year, Asafa? We have the Worlds coming up, of course, in Qatar in September, but what are you expecting to do?
Honestly, for me, I think my main thing is to stay healthy, because once I stay healthy, anything is possible after that. So my main goal is just to stay healthy and just continue training.
100, 4x1, what do you want to do in the 100?
100 and the 4x1, definitely. The 100 is my baby event, my pet event, and definitely the 4x1. That's the most exciting thing for me at the championships.
You've always had some challenges with your health, as you said, and you want to stay healthy. What are you doing to avoid any injuries or to stay healthy then?
Not overwork myself. I took it down a notch. Every time when I try to reach to another level, I get injured. So I'm just learning to back off, and I'm just learn about my body a lot more. Know when it's time to back off and when it's time to go.
Well, there's a saying: beside a successful man is a good woman. You now have a good woman by your side. This might be your best year yet.
Yeah, definitely. She's very supportive, and I'm very happy. And hopefully, this can really give me the edge I need.
All right, you heard it live on Stride Vision, live all over the world. You're being streamed all over the world, Asafa, and we heard just what you said. All the very best of luck, both in your marriage and, of course, in your track and field career.
Respect.
There you have it there from the big man himself, Asafa Powell, just giving us a little insight as to his life at this moment. And it's still taking a little time now to get this one going. It's the final event, but it will be run in 3 sections. Oh dear, well, again, the officials have to sort themselves out because around the backstretch, the hurdles are looking a trifle low there. And that's a bit of a surprise there. And the hurdles are still being waited to be adjusted. Of course, we can never forget some years ago at Champs, there was a young miss, I can't remember her name now. She was running for Edwin Allen when she was leading all the way in the race, and then when it came around the straight, there was one hurdle in her flight that was much too high, and she stumbled and had to stop. And I think the race was rerun the following morning. But these are some of the things that will happen when you have athletes being retarded by tardiness, if you will, or should we say negligence? Maybe tardiness might be a harsh word, but nonetheless, we have to get it right at this level. So they're once again facing the starters' instructions. 400 meters hurdles for high school boys. Well, for men, really. With high school boys in this one, and away they go. Very fast start by all of them. And 2 Wolmers versus a San Diego athlete. And Farr has already gone up to join Johnson. So it's Jeremy Farr, and he's gone past Johnson at the moment. And his teammate Joel Bryan has some challenges as the pace is getting away from him. Jeremy Farr shuffling somewhat, but still showing his class and his superior experience as he now cruises. He's looking good. He dominated this event in Class 2 and has looked also superior in Class 1. Will take some beating, although the Calabar pair, Clark and company, will be challenging him. But in this event, he's trying not to shuffle, being encouraged by his supporters to keep the form. But Jeremy Farr, but it's still Jeremy Farr looking for time, and he's running, looking at the clock, 54:34. Not a bad effort by him for someone, Daniel, that is not so well.
Yes, definitely you could see him shuffling for the first couple of hurdles and really just losing the technique altogether in the final flight of hurdles. But for feeling under the weather, I think he managed to tough that one out and come out with a strong 54-second run. Jeremy Farr of Wolmer's. He looks a bit disappointed.
Yes, he would look disappointed because he's not well, as you said. But he's going to get a critique now from Jahil Hyde, a past student of his school.
Yes, they have that big brother relationship, mentorship thing going on, and that's been quite helpful for Jeremy Farr, who's looking to follow in the footsteps of Jahil Hyde.
Section 2 is coming up in a short while. We have the big men stepping up. In lane 2 we have Kern Alexis. In lane 3 Kemaria Eldemeyer of GC Foster. In lane 4 it's O'Shane Levy, UWI. In lane 5 Malik James King, formerly of Calabar, now representing UTEC. Lane 6 Eric McKenzie, UTEC. And out in lane 7 Orlando McLean of GC Foster. Malik James King has been running pretty well so far this season, especially over the flat 400 meters. But it'd be nice to see him do his thing here over 400 meters hurdles, his pet event.
So Eric McKenzie in lane 6, he's now transitioning from the 800 meters to the 400 meter hurdles. Saw him running a big 51 seconds earlier this season. So let's see if he can improve on that time.
We have seen a number of athletes transition from 800 meters and going back down to the 400 meters hurdles. And there's always a view that if you can run a good 800, you should be able to negotiate 400 meters hurdles. Still trying to understand that theory, but we'll see.
The strength.
It's all about the strength, right, Danielle?
Yes, you need that extra strength.
You did 800 meters at any point?
Yes, I did some 800 meters, and I do some 800 meter work in training, but I don't like to run it in competition.
I can just imagine. Well, as a schoolboy, I tried the 800 meters and the 1500 meters, and I had fun.
Fun would not be how I would describe the 800 meters, but okay.
You look at the camera, isn't Danny? You should see your expression, folks. Just to say, how could it be fun for you? It's a horrible race. Section 2, Alexis, Eldemeyer, Levy, James King, McKenzie, and McLean. On the starters' instructions, Section 2, men's 400 meters hurdles. And away they go. Very fast start from all athletes. Alexis in lane 2 is looking pretty good. Also, Malik James King is going to work as well. And the tall young man, Eric McKenzie, looks also good. James King, but Kern is running pretty well. In the red there, he's big, he's strong, and he's hurling well. Malik James King, however, has other ideas and is now taking the fight to him. So it is Malik James King. Let's see what he can do. Alexis now giving it a challenge. And he's looking very impressive so far. So Alexis. So Alexis, Trinidad and Tobago. That's where he's from. And we have something very interesting here now. Malik James King has his work cut out for him. Malik James King. As they come to the line together, Malik James King and Eldemeyer, brave run, taking on the big one from Trinidad and Tobago, Alexis, who had to be content with third spot, but a fast finish by the former Calabar man.
Yes, super strong finish there for Malik James King to win in 51.22 seconds. Really just closed on them after clearing the last hurdle and just passed everyone battling. We saw Colonel Alexis of Trinidad and Yui Mona got out a bit hard and then started to falter when it came up to the last couple of hurdles, losing the technique there.
All right, so section 3. We have 7 athletes lining up. Cameron Brown of Falcons, Akeem Wallace of GC Foster, Demar Murray also of GC Foster. He was converted, as Daniel doing a little jig beside me. Giovanni James of St. Elizabeth Technical. Well, he's certainly long past St. Elizabeth Technical, but I guess he still has it in his genes. And then we have Amario Ferron, Michael Nicholas Norman, UWI, and Amario Ferron. So Demar Murray, formerly of Veer Technical, where he did a lot of 400-meter flat races, is now trying his luck and talent over 400 meters hurdles. And of course, Giovanni James has flirted with so many events here in Jamaica as a schoolboy, running with 5,000 meters, around the 1,500 meters, 800 meters, 400 meters, and now the 400 meters hurdles. Let's see where he may find his best moment.
Yes, it seems like he's trying to make that decision between the 800 and the 400 meter hurdles. He has some time. He's still pretty young.
Indeed. Always have a soft spot, of course, for the 800 meters where I'm concerned, and it's really a pity that we have not been able to transition at the senior level in the 800 meters. Bearing in mind it was our first Olympic medal in 1948. The late great Arthur Wint, Dr. Arthur Wint, medical student at the time, won a silver medal in 800 meters. And then of course we had George Carr at the time running for the British West Indies in 1960, getting a bronze medal. And then we had Clive Terrelong winning the World Indoor 800 meters in 1995. But since then, we've really not had class 800 meters. Seymour Newman would have gotten in there somewhere and so forth. But we've really just not made any strides in the 800 meters, and no pun intended there. But for the moment, it's all about the 400 meters hurdle. So let's go to that now.
Remember that Natoya Gould broke the national indoor.
Certainly at the female side, that's encouraging there. And of course, Ines Turner.
158 seconds.
We had Keena Sinclair. So on the women's side, definitely we've had some hope. And Natoya Gould running with some serious challenges there where the gender is concerned, but we'll get into that. That's another discussion. This is the final race on the track at this 2019 John Wolmer Speed Fest. And Nicholas Norman of UWI is looking pretty impressive out there on the left of your screen. Demar Murray of GC Foster also making up some good ground on the back stretch. So it's Murray trying to pull Akeem Wallace with him. But Murray is looking very impressive at the moment. Yes, Demar Murray with just about 200 meters. Demar Murray, formerly of Veer Technical. He's more known for his exploits over the flat 400 meters, but he's giving it his all here over the 400 meters hurdle. His form looks very impressive. His stamina looks intact, and he looks very determined. Demar Murray of GC Foster making things look easy at this stage. Shuffling a little bit for the last hurdle, but that won't be a problem. Giovanni James trying to get up there, but Demar Murray wins this one in 51.99 the flash time. And GC Foster, Akeem Wallace will squeeze in second just ahead of Giovanni James. So that's it. Demar Murray, the man for GC Foster, winning the final track event. Daniel, any comment?
Yes, I think that's the last section and the
final track event.
Yes, the end of the meet.
But your thoughts on Murray? Ran well from start to finish. What we call a post-to-post victory. What's your general thoughts of the meet today?
Well, so it has been a good day here at the National Stadium for the John Wolmer Fest. We started off with the sprint hurdles. We saw, Oblique Seville for Calabar running 10.46 in the 100 meters.
21.3 in the 200.
Yes, completing the double for the day. So that was one of the highlights of the day.
And big news for Calabar as well. They would like that.
Definitely. That's always good news going into champs, especially. And we saw the senior men and women come out today in the 100, 200, and the 400 meters. We saw some sprinters that we normally see run the short events, the 100 meters. We saw them today in the 400 meters, and we saw some 400 runners taking on the 100 meters. The likes of Stephanie and McPherson and Sherika Jackson ran the 100 meters today in 11.5, I believe. And so we got to see Shelly-ann Fraser and Elaine Thompson come out and contest the 400 meters. Asafa Powell as well. So it's a nice day for track and field. The Speed Fest, we only had the 100 to 400 meter events contested today for hurdles and flat events, and some field events as well. Discus throw, we saw Kai Chang winning for Calabar, and he's the reigning world junior champion. I believe 56 points, some 56.56 for Kai Chang of Calabar to win the discus throw.
So at the end of the day, all in all, an impressive meet, not well attended, because I think as we had said before, a number of the schools taking a break and getting ready for the corporate era meet that is going to be held next week.
Yes.
That should be a very interesting affair, because as the saying goes, they're running for money now. So everybody's going to turn out in all their glory. But at the same time,
and we have some schools taking a break from Central Champs as well. So that was earlier this week. So they would want to rest their athletes.
Yes. Of course, Eastern Champs coming up on Monday and Tuesday of next week as well. And the weekend, we'll see the big corporate area championships coming up. Hopefully, Stride Vision will be here to give you coverage and give you all the happenings. Certainly enjoyed covering the track meets for you on a weekly basis. We have been certainly seeing some very good performances, and I'm telling you this, the championships is going to be a cracker, both from the girls and the boys side. I think it will be fair to say both defending champions are looking in good stead to retain their titles this year. That's Edwin Allen, and of course on the girls, and Calabar on the boys.
If we are to see a challenge, it would definitely be on the boys side as usual.
Dixon College has improved. They've parted company with Neil Harrison, and they have refused to really name a head coach, so they're working with a cadre of coaches, and I think that is working for them so far, because they're looking pretty confident as they come on the track scene. Jamaica College now have the services of Neil Harrison. They now also have the benefit and the privilege of a new track, and did look so good at the Gibson relays, but they would have learned their lessons, and they will have certainly want to correct their mistakes. But right now on the boys' side, looks to be Calabar the team to beat, showing up with a good Class 2 team here, and also a supporting Class 1 cast member with Oblique Seville running a fast 10.46 in the 100. And before you go, Chris Scott, and 21.30 in the 200 meters. Chris, your thoughts on the meet, and how does it look going forward for these schools?
All right, the thoughts on the meet today. The John Wolmer Speed Fest was a speed fest indeed. I thought that it was an impressive showing by the likes of Oblique. He ran at 10.46 seconds. I saw a very good run from Rashid Dwyer for the 200, 20.28 as well. So I saw some very good runs from these athletes, seniors and the student athletes. And I tell you, Kai Chang, just to correct you, Daniel, it's 56.46. He's the world junior champion, and he's the world junior champion for a reason. And we talk about it all the time whenever Kai Chang is here at the National Stadium, that he was just he was an athlete that we never thought would have been so dominant so fast, and his build grew based on the regimen that his coach put him under, and that's why he was able to accomplish his world junior title. So I think overall this meet was in fact a speed fest. We saw 11.3 from Shericka Jackson, 11.53 for Shericka Jackson, 11.56 for Stephanie-Ann McPherson. Normally run the 400. We know Stephanie-Ann McPherson, a 400 meter Commonwealth champion. Shericka Jackson, the silver medalist for 200 meters at the Commonwealth as well. So we saw Shelly-ann Fraser running the 400. We saw Elaine Thompson running the 400. We saw Asafa Powell running the 400, which was never normally his event, a favorite event. So we saw a lot of unorthodox races that we never would see from the athletes, based on their focus, based on the distance that they normally cover. So it was a good event all around, and I'd love to see what these student athletes come with on the day of Boys and Girls Athletics Championships, because I think that based on what we've seen of Central Champs, what we see here, what we see over the athletic calendar, that this is going to be a cracking Boys and Girls Athletics Championships, probably one of the most exciting we've ever seen. So I can't wait for that one, and it's just been a good day all around. The weather kind of impeded it a little bit, but all in all, it was a good event for the student athletes and for the senior athletes in development.
Of course, Stride Vision has been doing its best to give you all the coverage, Chris and Daniel. So, what's left for us to say now? It's goodbye from the National Stadium here in Kingston, Jamaica. On behalf of Christopher Scott, Daniel Dowie, the hard-working technical crew who did its best to get the footage and the audio to you wherever you may be in any part of the world. My name is Ian Andrews saying goodbye from the National Stadium, and see you soon at another big track meet right here in Jamaica.